without further ado, I want to welcome two amazing people, and they'll get us off with the presentation. All right? One, she is a respected legal authority and partner at Tara Advocates. You'll guess which one it is as I keep going. She's one of the, Tara Advocates, of course, is one of Uganda's leading women-led award-winning law firm, one of the award-winning law firms. Throughout her career, she has advised and represented a wide range of clients, from telecoms to financial institutions to NGOs, manufacturers, and so many others, including family-owned businesses, offering thoughtful, client-focused legal strategy that balance risk, compliance, and opportunity. She's a trusted expert in structuring generational wealth and protecting family legacies. Her deep legal insights, strategic acumen, and commitment to empowering families make her a powerful voice in shaping our conversation on lasting wealth and legacy. Do you know which sister I am speaking about? Can you guess? Sounds familiar. Some of you are like, no, I know that one. Ladies and gentlemen, Allen Kagoya. And as she makes her way, I'll also let you know a little bit more about Damali. So Damali is, of course, managing partner at Tara Advocates, a top-tier award-winning commercial law firm in Uganda. Round of applause. Yeah. I think you could do better with this applause business. Yes. She has over 14 years of legal experience. Her practice spans a broad spectrum of legal areas, including corporate and commercial, labor and employment, tax, estate planning, legal audits, corporate governance, insolvency, intellectual property. The list can go on and on. Well done, Damali, well done. She is a multi-qualified advocate and a leading voice in estate planning, corporate governance, and wealth preservation. Her work spans advising families, businesses, and boards on structuring legacies that outlast generations. Her leadership, legal insight, and passion for empowering others positions her as a key contributor to today's conversation on building lasting family wealth. To do the welcome and our initial presentation, kindly welcome Damali and Allen.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are so excited to have you this morning. Look around, the room is full. Thank you very much. Ladies, you're welcome to the Tara Estate Planning Symposium. It's the debut symposium hosted by Tara Advocates. Thank you all for joining us this morning as we open this important discussion on preservation of wealth, but also legacies for the future. Ladies and gentlemen, research shows that 32% of Americans have some form of estate plan, and that 67% die without a will. Is that alarming? Now imagine the status of Uganda. Can we all guess? No, there is no data for us to rely on to actually tell what the status is in Uganda. But you and I know that that percentage must be much lower than the American one. As we were organizing the symposium, we realized that besides those who elect actually not to have a plan, there are so many of us that do not appreciate this topic or think that it's for the rich. Yeah? Now, you know why I cannot stop saying thank you for you being here. Because you and I are going to change that narrative. We are going to make the change. And thank you for being the first participants to attend the symposium. Guys, this is the first of its kind. And you're in the room, and it goes down on record that you were in the room on that first day. At Tara, we have chosen to champion this conversation because we believe legal services go beyond just transactions. They should have transformation. They should create some form of transformation. We strive to provide innovative and exceptional legal services that empower our clients to thrive through generations. Thus, the symposium. We could never have done this on our own. And so we thank God. We appreciate our amazing speakers who said yes and bought into our vision. We said thank you to our sponsors, the gold sponsors, ICA. We thank you. SCN, Apt Media, Old Mutual, NSSF, CEO Magazine, IoTech, Pixar. Guys, we are so grateful. Thank you so much. Thank you for all the supporters, the phone calls, the encouragements, the prayers. We are very grateful. Thank you once again for heeding to our call to join us this morning. And remember, Tara Advocates is ready to walk this journey with you. We are here not just as lawyers, but as your trusted legal partners for generations. Thank you very much. I'll hand over to Damali.
I think Alan can carry on, right? At this rate. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As you can imagine, we are delighted that you're here, because the subject we're going to discuss today is not your everyday conversation. Many people, when they think about estate planning, what comes to mind? Death. Either it's death or death. And so that you had courage to come today is very profound. So let's clap for ourselves. So, just a second. Okay, I need to go back. I don't want to preempt the presentation. I need some, let me go back. We're almost there. Here. Okay. So, who has heard about Gwanga Muje? Anyone? We have a wedge Tibwa in the house, and I would like him to tell us what it is.
When you want to do something and you do it collectively, you hit a ngoma, you have had a ngoma. You say, Gwanga Muje, come, and we make harambe so that we achieve what we want together.
Let's clap for him. So in the African traditional society, we used to use Gwanga Muje when there was a very important subject to be discussed. A subject like estate planning, and I'll tell you why it's a Gwanga Muje situation. Before that, that's the team of Tara Advocates, and Alan has spoken about us, and so I will not repeat. But what we do is beyond offering legal services, because we know that beyond the business, there's a family that needs to build a legacy, that is concerned about their children. Whether you're a corporate entity, at the end of the day, you're an individual. And I hope that while we're listening, we remove our hats off and carry that particular role of an individual and your beneficiaries that would benefit from you. But this is why it's alarming. Alan said there were no statistics. So we estimate based on what the Administrator General has said, but they don't have full data. But the Administrator General says that 90% of Ugandans die without wills. Is that alarming? So that means that only that table perhaps in this room would have wills. Yeah? But even what's more alarming is that 32% of Ugandans have what? Mental health disorders. That would mean which portion of this room? About here. Oh, it's not this table. Oh, they are not here today. But why we have to be concerned is because those statistics are alarming. Yeah? We have also seen other statistics in terms of business. We know that Uganda is the most enterprising country in the world, but guess what? Our failure rate is one of the highest in the world. So 30% die within the first 1 year. So if you've survived that, clap for yourself. 50% within the what? 3 years. 20% make it to their 5th birthday. And only 8% make it for their 15th birthday. Do we have anyone with 15 years and more in business? Can you stand up? If you've been in business for 15 years or more. Yay, I'm so glad. Awesome, well done, guys. So you are part of the 8%. And so we celebrate you because then the conversation becomes relevant. But what have we seen as legal practitioners? We have seen lots of sad things. And that is why even if our main practice is commercial law, we have been affected by what clients actually go through. We have a case where an estate that was worth billions of shillings has completely vanished. That the beneficiaries don't even know where the money went, and they are now back to square one. We've also done a case where a business collapses because the founder has died. Their founder's secrets that he did not pass on. How are you navigating URA? We also have done cases where families are torn apart. I've done a case where the son was chasing the mother out of her home because he's the customary heir. Can you imagine? We have a friend whose father disappeared because he had dementia and they could not find him. And after several years, they pronounced him dead. We have issues where DNA tests, DNA to the men, right? You're too afraid to determine whether the child is yours or not while you're alive, and at the end, we have to discover and do those tests. Guess what? We've done something similar. Widows sent out of their homes by the brothers you think will care for them. So we've seen several things, yeah? And I believe that all of you have a personal story of everything that has gone wrong when it comes to estate planning. But how did we end up here? You realize the statistics are very damning. How did we end up with that level of mental health disorders and that level of not wanting to do wills and then all the disputes around estate planning? So I just thought about it and I created a theory that as a nation, and I know that rarely do you think about yourself as a nation. Do you realize it? But as a group of Ugandans, we need to go back and reference our history. What are those things that could have affected the statistics we are seeing now? So we have the colonial era and the different eras, but I will highlight the things that, stand out. So we know that for a long time, before 1986, we had political instability, we had expulsion of Asians, we had discrete properties being acquired, and we had several people sent out in exile. All those things distort legacies, yeah? But after 1986, we've had peace. You can debate all you want, but it's been better. And we've also seen some growth, financial growth, economic growth, the rise of businesses and a middle class. But what happened from the 1980s is that we had the HIV scourge. And I want to believe that some people were victims. So if we just did random statistics to even determine how many orphans are in this room, you would find that we are many. Yeah? And so these things, then we also had, so beyond the 2000s, we had an increase in uptake for insurance products, for NSSF. But we also had COVID that hit us. So when you think about it, you realize that those who fail to learn from history are doomed to repeat it. Because what happened to the families that lost their loved ones in the 1980s to 2000s? We all know the story. You can't explain where your father's assets went. Yeah? And the family is left. So at a psychological level, we have cognitive bias. And what does that mean? It means that there are certain things we do which are irrational based on our past experiences. If I write a will, I'm going to die. Clearly, it's irrational, right? But how many of us have believed that lie? And so, why do we have to think about the cognitive bias? It's because until you understand why you do something or why you don't do it, it's very hard to change. So you've all paid your 300,000, 250. If you're a corporate entity, they've paid for you. But guess what? you could go back and do nothing about it because of that thing called cognitive bias. But what does that also mean? What it means based on our history of instability, loss of people, is that we are traumatized as a nation. So you find that many families have tension. They can't talk to their parents because their parents were dealing with hard situations. They had no time to bond with the children. And so it becomes pertinent. So that leads us to myths like, if I cohabit for a long time, I can get an inheritance. But we know the law says you have to be married. Yeah, formally married. It does not matter how many years you've been with someone. Children born out of wedlock don't have a right to the man's estate. That's not true. The law says that every child, every descendant must take a share of the estate. We also think that your spouse will automatically inherit everything you have. That's not also true, because the law has put in place safeguards. I don't need an estate plan if I don't have children. Guess what? You're wrong. Because you have to, the best time to plan is what? Is now. What else do we tell ourselves? The heir is superior to everyone else, because tradition has exalted the heir over the spouse, over the children. And so now we have to rethink certain narratives. The story I told you about the mother who was being kicked out of the house was because he was the heir. It's like, I can make whatever decisions I want. We also have YOLO, the ladies, yeah? You only live once. So you spend as much as you want, and then we check on you in your 60s, and what do we find? That you're asking your children to pay your bills. I want to challenge us to be a different generation. There are several other myths. The last one I would like to just talk about is, my children will do what? This one I need to underline. My children will make their own money. I have heard that statement time and again. Buli omu alikola ki? Ezize. But meanwhile, Uganda's population is 82% what? Christian. Did you know? And what does the Bible say? That you shall leave an inheritance to your children's children. Now you're telling us they will make their own money. So we need to rethink some of these things. The other one is you're divorced. You're separated, but you've not severed. So we are doing a case where these two people were separated for 12 years before they each died. Unfortunately, they all died during COVID, 1 week after the other. And you won't believe what the legal debate is. There's a principle called joint tenancy. And it says that where you are joint tenants, the person who survives takes the entire estate. So the one who died a week later, apparently, takes the entire estate. Can you imagine? But they were separated. So we're debating that issue and showing evidence that these people never intended to own their property together. So if you're in that situationship, you need to think about it. Come to Tara, Sam says. So, I need to go on. So those are just a few of the myths. I think at this point I would like us to pause and reflect. Just scan your environment, your family. What are those patterns? Those limiting beliefs. For us in our family, we die at 40. We bind, right? Because fire. We can do things differently, yeah? We don't have to leave things to chance. So reflect on what beliefs you've had from your past, from our history, because until you realize it, that pattern will keep coming back. So now, the part you've been waiting for. The legal landscape, I will not bother you with the laws. We have several laws, by the way, to protect you. But you need to have the knowledge to implement. No one has asked yet, what is estate planning? We're here to do estate planning. What is it? So estate planning, why I told you the statistics about mental health disorders is because it deals with your instructions when you have mental incapacity or when you die. So what have you said we should do? And I want us to have a different mindset. You don't have to wait to be on your deathbed to do your estate plan. It's that you have to be proactive. And so the estate, guys, I'm glad you made it because many people didn't get the difference between real estate. We were worried we're not going to get people. Everyone said, is that real estate? Real estate is part of your estate. It's real estate planning. So your estate is really your net worth. What are you worth? What are your assets? What are your liabilities? But most importantly for this conversation is, what legacy do you want to pass on? Because your net worth might be about material things, but we know as parents that the children rarely remember those financial, material things. It's those things that you did for them that they will think about. So this is where you get your pens and paper. If you want to do an estate plan, what must you do? So we found that people come to us and say, Damali, I want to write a will. And we will perhaps write it. But there's something you will miss out. There's a lady who came. She is a single mother with an 8-year-old. She has a big estate, and she wanted to do a will to pass on all the assets to that 8-year-old. And I told her, wait a minute. Do you know that within 2 years after your executors get the probate, they're supposed to hand over? And tell court, we've handed over. Are you sure this 8-year-old has the capacity to take up that wealth? Or are you planning for disaster? Have you explored the products that our insurance brothers have? Have you explored a trust? Like, what could you do to plan? So the first step is to do an audit. You do an audit of your estate, looking at your personal circumstances, saying, these are my risks. If you have more than one wife, most likely you will have more risks, right? More children. If you have a complicated relationship, that's a risk. If you're looking after elders, there are those things that you have to anticipate and then plan around them. So you won't be able to do that by simply doing a will and putting your distribution. At the end of the day, you'll still have the disputes you're trying to avoid with the will. So do that audit, and Tara can do that for you. The other one is you do a blueprint, because when you've done that audit, you know exactly what you want. Like one of the products I have been preaching lately is the annuities product from ICA, because we know that there's a black tax. Your mother, your uncle expects you to contribute something. Every month they'll call you and say, oh, I'm sick. I need food. I need this. And it puts a strain on the relationship. And it also makes them feel like beggars. So how about you take out a product where every single month she's guaranteed that she's going to receive a particular amount of money for the rest of her life, and you don't have to worry. Yeah? How about life insurance? From the insurance companies, we have UAP as well in the house. How about you take out those policies and plan accordingly? So once you've done the blueprint, you know exactly what you want to do in your set. You do the documents. It could be a will. A will is highly recommended. And that will, for those of you who just came to learn about a will, what is a will? It has to be a document. To make it, you must be of sound mind. If there is doubt, there has to be a report from a psychiatrist to confirm that you are of sound mind. And then you list your beneficiaries, you list your assets, and you do the distribution. You have to make sure that it's witnessed by at least 2 witnesses. And then you sign off on every page. You can put every other detail you want, but by now you should be able to draft your will, right? So, and again, we've learned that the issue is not that people don't know what a will is or the contents. It's that mental state that has not changed that keeps us stuck. A power of attorney is another powerful instrument. Again, because we have mental health disorders or mental health issues. we have to plan just in case you are not able to make sound decisions. Do you have someone you trust? Do you have that person who you can say, I can sign that power of attorney, give them authority to transact on my behalf? We did a case, we supported a client whose mother was in the hospital and they needed to pay bills, and she had money on the account. She had a stroke. They came in late because if they had noticed much earlier, they could have used a power of attorney. But we had to go to court, which takes longer, to get an order for them to be appointed as managers of the estate to be able to access that money. So you prevent a lot of those issues. A trust is another powerful instrument you can use. Because again, if you're thinking legacy, you need to have a trust in place. And why does a trust make a lot of sense? A trust is like a company. So you have property, let's say a hotel. You don't want to distribute it because what most of the wills do is to distribute the property. But you don't want it to be distributed because you know within 2 years after your children have received this money, there'll be nothing. So how about you put it in a trust? You appoint people as trustees, people you trust. You appoint them as trustees to manage those properties for the benefit of your beneficiaries. So we registered that as well with URSB and the Ministry of Lands. We must acknowledge that there are still some gaps in terms of implementation of the trust law in Uganda, but it's still a very good legal tool to use for preservation of wealth. Family charter. Have you sat down with your wife to say, as a family, what do we really stand for? We have all these businesses. How are we going to manage them? We have children here and there. You need to have your values, your vision well laid out. So that when you're implementing, if you're going this side, your partner should not be asking, but why are we going there? Because if you've done that family charter, it's very clear. And of course, you will support that with all the other documents, governance documents. So if you have a company, you will have a board charter, a succession plan, and everything really builds around that family charter. And again, that can be drafted. I found that a couple's framework agreement can work because sometimes there are disputes. But you might be able to agree to disagree on certain things, but agree on certain things. So you could have an agreement like that to say, for us, this is how we're going to hold these particular assets. There's a lady whose husband got a mistress. But she said, I'm the one bringing in most of the money. I don't want that woman and her children to get something. So we need to be clear that she has what? She's not in this mix. So we did that framework agreement, which prescribed how they're going to deal with their assets. And then we made sure that for particular titles, that they don't appear as joint tenants, they appear as tenants in common, which means that if you die, everyone gets their portion. So you then go on to execute based on the instrument that you have. So do you have an estate plan? Or you can explain. It's complicated. Are you starting to think like the will I have might not be good enough? So it's time for us to reflect. But just in case you want to go back to our history, where for you're going to learn nothing and forget nothing. This is what will happen to you. When you die without a will, that's how your estate is distributed. 20% goes to your spouse, whether you like it or not. If you have many, they share in that 20. Then your lineal descendants take 75%. Your dependent relatives, do you know who dependent relatives are? That relative you look after and provide for would get 4%, whether that's your intention or not. And then the customary heir gets 1. There are other scenarios, but in the interest of time, I'll skip through. So now, John F. Kennedy said that the time to repair the roof is when? Yeah, don't wait for it to start leaking. Yeah? Now that we've learned, we need to implement. So why do you matter? Why does your presence in this room matter? And why did we even have this event? Because we have realized that all of us are interested in the same thing, preservation of your wealth and your legacy. But we do it in a very disjointed manner. So you come to me and say, draft a will for me. You go to ICA and say, I need policies. You go to Prudential, you say, I need another policy. You go to NSSF, you take up something. And you've not really thought through the whole plan. So what we're saying is, can we, as a group, agree to work together and form a partnership where we speak one language, and that estate planning then makes sense, that it's coherent. Everyone does their part, but we work together so that there is coherence. So, sorry, not yet. Okay, so use this time to revise. So, call to action. I'm glad you made it today. God, what's happening? Yeah, it's here. This is our call to action. Don't think about estate planning as thinking about death. Because I can assure you I've written wills since 2011, and all those people are alive. And you can ask Dr. Vincent there of Cambridge Health whether a will can kill you, and he will tell you it won't. So let's normalize the conversation. The other one is let's take action. Guys, it's disappointing when people learn and don't put things in action. And then we come to your family and see them struggling, and we're like, we told you. Why didn't you do anything? So let's take action. If you already have a will, update it. If you have new assets, if you were not married and now you're married, update. And then engage experts. Guys, I know that ChatGPT helps us. I know that your neighbor might know something, but it's always important to use experts, because cheap advice can be very costly. Sign up to start the conversation. There are cards, I don't know if you've signed up, but the program has a side you can tear off to sign up if you want a 30-minute conversation. That's free of charge, by the way, to have a conversation around how you want to plan. And then lastly, maintain a legacy mindset. Because when you're thinking legacy, you're not thinking about distribution of your wealth. You're not thinking about YOLO, you only live once. You're thinking, how will I be remembered by my great-grandchildren? What will they say that my grandmother did that set me up for success? So let's start thinking legacy. Let's not just think that a will is a distribution instrument. Within that, you have the power to do what? To sustain and create your legacy. But what does it also mean? That when you think legacy, you have to think about values. Because as this concluding quotation says, an inheritance is what you leave with people. A legacy is what you leave in them. I will do that again. Inheritance is what you leave with people. Ebi into. A legacy is what you leave in them. So, are you leaving an inheritance? Or are you still part of that group of children who make their own money? I hope we are converted by now. So, I would like to call upon us to do what? To think legacy. Let's build lasting legacies. Thank you very much.
to establish the framework for our fireside chat, we're going to start with our keynote address. So our topic is Beyond Business, Building Lasting Family Wealth and Legacy. I'll invite Dr. Ezra Muhumuza, but he's going to be speaking on behalf of Mr. Deo Kayemba. And I thought to share a little bit about who our keynote speaker is. For our keynote address, we are joined by a leader who understands what it means to build beyond the present. He is the former chairman of UMA, which is Uganda Manufacturers Association from 2022-2024, and is also the chairman of East African Roofing Systems Limited, a company that has created jobs and built industry for over 2 decades. He brings deep insight into building structures, both in business and in legacy, structures that stand the test of time. Please join me welcome, even in absentia, Mr. Deo J.B. Kayemba. And I'll invite Dr. Ezra to take on that responsibility. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I almost lost the effort to come up here because of what Damali was speaking about. And I wanted to just, before I get into the session of mine, to give a little bit of testimony about it. You man, you pray for me this Kasipo song called Testimony, just a highlight of it. Then I tell them my testimony. If I were here, I would clap some hands at least.
For the Lord himself is my portion. He lifts my head in glory. For my home the Lord has exalted.
Now that they have started to enjoy it, stop. Thank you. When COVID hit, there is a Monday, a day of a Monday when I died. Yes. When it hit, the first thing, before the president said anything, my father ordered and he said, send my grandchildren home. He said, what are you talking about? He said, I say, send my grandchildren here, home in the village. Because for you in Kampala, you are destined to die. So I sent the man's grandchildren. I was left with my wife in the house. And for those of you who know, that day of the ambulance, actually don't know where all these ambulances have now gone. The entire of Kampala was on an ambulance. So, I had been with COVID for a week. But that particular Monday, when it came around 9 o'clock, I got out of the bed, tried to do some sunbathing, but hardly 30 minutes later, I couldn't see anything or recognize anything. I just called my wife because we were two in the house. One of my neighbors is here, but she didn't even get to know. I said, lift me to the house. She did so, and she's a doctor. Being a doctor, she really saw I was dying. So she asked me, do you have a will? I have never answered that question. What I did, I told her, get a recorder. Because no one will believe that I said this. In law, they call it over dying moment, something. I said, I know there are people who might refute, but let me at least say this. I said what I could say, and I asked her to let me go. What I remember, she picked a radio and started playing the music for me. That's how I went. Yes. After 3 hours, I just started to reconnect with the world. And then she came, gave me hot water and all these things. You can't believe. By 7 p.m., I was in the compound walking. He said, could this miracle have been a test whether to know whether I have a will or not? So, that is damali my testimony. Don't ask me whether since then I have repented. It's for another discussion. My name is Ezra Muhumuza Rubanda. I'm the Executive Director of Uganda Manufacturers Association. I am honored to be here to represent a paper or to speak to you on behalf of my chairman. He sends a lot of regrets to you. He should have been here, and I'm telling you, you have missed him. The guy is wise. You have missed him. Therefore, you may track him next time, and you will get into his wisdom. He traveled. That's why he asked me to come and present this on his behalf. So I am told, I don't know now this lettering, you man. Huh? What is it reading? Can you change it to something readable? It's saying that building a lasting legacy, a lasting family wealth. Let's move. Next page could be clear, maybe. Fantastic. When we are talking about wealth, what do we mean when we say wealth? There is common mimic that when we are talking of wealth, we mean money. I stand here to say no. Wealth is beyond money. We have both. I'm talking about now the interrogation into the wealth. We have tangible wealth and intangible wealth. Tangible wealth has 3 facets. We are talking about financial assets. These are variables that have the current and future monetary value. Something that can be liquidated, something that can, you are talking of treasury bills, you are talking of bonds, you are talking of cash, you are talking of savings, you are simply in the world of the financial wealth or financial assets. But unfortunately, we think that's where wealth stops. No. Again, in terms of tangible, we have physical assets. Yesterday I was watching on Al Gazelle, they are saying that the Egyptian pharaohs, those tombs, pyramids, are being, they are doing policies for them again to limit the rate at which tourists are coming to see them. Because for them, it's a what? A treasure. That thing does not have direct money value, but have got indirect money value, and these are their assets. If you want the world war to start again, go and tamper with some of those physical assets. We're talking of buildings, we are talking of these variables or images that have got discrete value. Discrete value is the value of something that you can get at once. You can't sell your building twice. No. It is only once. That's why we call it discrete value. Then we have got investment assets. So many of us do not differentiate investment assets from physical assets. Investment assets are those variables that can continuously create income streams for you. Then we have got the intangible wealth. Intangible wealth has got also 3 facets. It's wide, but I tried to make sure that I limit it into what can be put on the slide. Social positioning. Where you are positioned socially determines how much you have in terms of wealth. There is a man that is destined to become a president of another country, but if you put him on a podium to debate with another man, I don't think he would be able to defeat some of us. But he's positioned and most likely is going to. Hello? No comment. He says. So the power base is part of wealth, is part of what determines what the legacy of the family can be. Power base. If I can, again, quote one thing which I fear normally to talk about. Who has ever found the Kabaka asking for votes? The man is socially positioned. All the money we pay goes to who? To Kabaka. His position is undisputable. It is like that. And that is his legacy. That is his wealth. We are talking about the degree of influence. There are people who are very influential in society. And that is where their wealth comes from. Because before you talk about wealth, just understand this wealth you are protecting. Where is it coming from? And unless you understand that, you will never be able to protect this wealth across generations. And that's where we're making common mistakes. There are people who are very good at influencing society. And because of that, it gives them wealth. If you want to know, there are people that we call Kayungris. Kayungris, this person, you are not going to debate, you are not going to compete with them. He has this deal, he makes money. He has the other deal, he makes money. We are talking about inheritance. This is wealth that, or sources of wealth that can make one be recognized in the society. Group dynamics. There are people, the partnerships we make. Our MC was telling us, connect a little bit. The network you connect can become the source of wealth. Lawyers, put up your hands. This is where you are benefiting. Because you have very good partnerships, you have very good networks, you have trust as a company. You make your wealth. The social fabrics. When you are going to make, you say, I want to build something, and then people come and contribute for you. That is determines or is determined by how your social network, your social fabric is important. Social capital. You have heard people talk about that. Yes. Personally, when I was going to do my wedding, that very morning of the launch of my wedding, I had 3,000 in my pocket. But by 5 o'clock in the evening, I had 13 million to start the process. Social capital, the fabric that you depend on. The individuality is another tangible wealth. Individuality is the natural talent, the natural intellect, the education opportunities that you have. A person like poor me, I sometimes call myself Kaperi. Now, how would I be standing here to speak to the lawyers? How? Hey, education opportunities. And then the know-how. Know-how. All of you who call yourselves professionals, your wealth is because you have the skill, you have the technical know-how, and that is what is building your wealth. And actually, across the board, most of the wealth we have here in Uganda, in Africa, is about the know-how. The businesses that you see thriving, they are about the know-how and more of the tangible wealth. The beholder's view. This is for you. Which of these is the most powerful form of wealth? If you want, you can ask your neighbor. Which of these, the tangibles, there were 3, the non-tangibles, they were also 3. Which of these do you think is more powerful? That's why we have a note where you are. There is a book, there is a notebook, and there is a pen. Please put the answer for me. Put it there. Question 2, which of these forms of wealth has the higher propensity or the likelihood to carry across generations? Is it the asset, the financial, the investment, the physical, social positioning? Which one has the higher propensity to be carried across generations? Question 3 is which of these has a critical path? In other words, I'm talking the most viable for your own family to carry across generations. Your own. Because you know your tangible assets, your tangible wealth, you know your intangible wealth. Now, in this case, which one do you think has a higher propensity to take? Because we all have responsibility to ensure that our next generation benefit from this. So that is your own, and I'm calling that the beholder's view. Social view. This is backed by research. What seems to be common when you interrogate these forms of wealth. When you get tangible plus intangible, there are those who are now saying, actually me, I have all. And therefore, once you master on all, then you are most likely to succeed and your family succeeds. This is the ideal. We think that we can have physical assets, we can have investments, we can have financial assets, and again have very good networks, have very good social fabrics, have the technical know-how, and therefore we are destined to the desired world. That would be the ideal. But the reality is always different. Research shows that when you intangible tends to preserve tangible than vice versa. If you have a son who is well networked, a son who has got very good behavior in the society, the social fabric, you teach them, give them these social skills, they are more likely to increase on your financial assets, to increase on your physical assets, to turn your investments into reality, other than saying, these kids don't waste my time, I'm very busy. I am in my estates. I'm looking after my buildings. The buildings, the physical assets, can take your children to school, can take your children, turn your children into better people in the society when you are well gone, but the other way around has higher propensity. I'm going back. Sources of family wealth. Source. We are talking about keeping money to the next generation. But the original question is, where does this original seed money come from? It doesn't drop from heaven and say you're rich. There are two schools of thought. One is the divine theory, which says that actually, for you to get money in society, to get wealth, to get legacy is by chance. To get the position I was talking about is by chance. There are a group of people who hold to that paradigm. That sometimes I am poor by fate. I am rich by fate. That out there is an outlier. That when we went to school, some of us were unlucky, but there are those who were lucky. Then there are those who say, it's a unique, it's destiny. Who has ever watched the movie of the Nigerians called Destiny? Write it down there. Destiny. It's a movie. And I will tell you why. Then the unique opportunity that you see, we were all at work, but this guy got a chance. There is this unique opportunity. He landed, and therefore, it's the source of the wealth. Then there are those, the Gen Zs who say, gamble. The man wakes up, he's on betting, he's on Kadrisa, trying to chance that one day he's going to become a what? A billionaire. They belong to that school of thought. Then, what follows with that thinking is that you maintain that money because it will never come back. If you believe it is a chance, you are in a given position in the ministry of something, and it is that the day that the project of Trump comes your way, and you get this money, it will never do what? That's why these guys, I use this opportunity. Once it falls, as a permanent job, don't tell me it has landed now. I get my command, I rather go to Zira, come back and enjoy my money. He says it is non-repetitive. From that, I want to share a phrase I learned from one of the rich guys in this town. He was talking to us, and he says, Bana bange, formula ya sente. He said it in Uganda. I can translate it later. Formula ya sente. Nyangu nnyo. Fenane tukola ki? Sente bwe ziba ziyingira. Gulawo oluggi, gulawo eddirisa, gulawo ki? Obumoole. Sente ekole ki? Naye bwe zimala okuyingira nkwegayiridde. Funa emisumaali, kikube mu luggi, galawo buli kintu kyonna wasigale enzikiza. Sente ereme okukola ki? That is the world, and that is the thinking. There is that school of thought, and these are the people we live with. Now, there is another school of thought. This part of the world, they say, we call it the constructionism paradigm. That's how I could simplify it. That money, wealth, cannot be gotten by chance. It has to be a conscious design. You must plan to be rich. Those who have made it have planned, have worked hard, they have had vision to be rich. Riches, wealth, legacy does not fall from anywhere. You work for it. You plan it, you work for it, and eventually you maintain it. So, and it is from that perspective that you have to continuously work for it. Then this explains that there are those families who get the money by design, but the following generations fail to continue holding that torch, fail to continue the hard-working spirit, fail to continue the networks they used, and eventually their wealth curve start to fall down. That's the other thinking. So, and in this case, we say that kind of wealth is opportunity cost. For the next generation to get rich, this generation, erino kwerumya. Bananywa buji does not apply to this one. The moment you say bananywa buji, then you are going down with your generation. Otherwise, you have got to know how it will transit to the next generation. The saying there, which maybe I should have, if this allows, there is this common phrase that it is very easy to acquire money, isn't it? But it is very difficult to keep it. Ponder why. It is because there must be a laid out system, a conscious system in your family to maintain this money, to protect this money, to add value to this money. The magic actions. What are those things that you think we can't avoid if we want to transit our wealth from one generation to another? We all know most of the time talk about investment. But please, the rule, these are like rules. Rule 1 says, dynamic investments put money or create wealth that is dynamic through reshaping cycle. And here I want to share the example of the Madvan, Kachira sugar. When it is now on 4th generation, the first generation, if I told you the story of how the Kachira man got there, it is humbling, but I will not go into that because of time. They started by producing sugar for drinking. They later started to produce industrial sugar. This is for beverages, the one we use in foods and confectionaries. They started to produce sweets. That's now a different market segment. From sweets, they started to produce power and connect it to the grid. From the power, they now produce alcohol. They are the chief exporters of alcohol to Europe from Uganda. Do you see how this business is doing some form of metamorphosis? When the new sugar factories came into the country, because we had originally had 2, Kachira and Rugazi. 3, including Chinyara. Now, new factories came up, started to compete with them. Now they are reshaping into a different state. Same business, different state. Rule 2, diversification of wealth bases. If we take the other forms I spoke about, try to diversify your family, business, your family wealth to be in all those centers. Take your children to school to increase on their know-how. Bring your wife closer to appreciate what you are doing. Number 3, identifying and investing in the stick careers. The lawyers will tell you, when they are asking the question, who is likely to be your heir? Most of the parents stammer. That you have reached the time of making a will, but you have not identified among your children who holds the competence, the will, the attributes to carry your. I'm calling it stick carriers. For those of you who used to run in school, that the career, you run and hand it over to another one, they also run. Yes, that baton. In really, that person must have been identified, must have been invested in to increase their value and capacity to take over. But if you are still going to look for this person and you are going to debate in front of the lawyer with your wife, whom do we give this? Then you are in trouble. That business will not last. Because you are simply bringing the person into the game. So I am putting that thing in time. And that's where my point of emphasis would be. In time. Parents, God gave you capacity to see through your children when they are even at one age. You can tell. Inside you may not tell us, but inside you know your children, those for us who have more than one. We can read through their capacities, concentration, social attributes, and we need to start to build them towards the takeover. Sibya kutomera at the end. And there is a misconception, the lawyer will correct me if I'm wrong, that it has to be the elder one. No. To me, it has to be the one that has the capacity to carry your mantle. 4. I wanted to share this. There is a famous story around our referral hospital that there is a very strong neurologist. For him, he babied his children right from the word go. There actually have been 2 neurologists in the country. He deliberately raised his son, and eventually his lab, when he's operating, he's a neurosurgeon. When he's operating, it is only his son on the table. So he has deliberately passed over the skill to who? To his son. Deliberately. You can imagine, the man is retiring now, but he did this for the last 40 years. Number 4, Mr. MC, I'm about to end here. Transition with wisdoming. This is where we all get it wrong. We think taking the son to Budo, the daughter to Namagunga, is to have them able. All these things we are talking about, it's not about qualifications, it's about the wisdom. Wisdom is not in natural intellect. No. Wisdom are the norms, the practices, the behavior that we have and how we express ourselves to deal with the world out there is what is wisdom. But we never sit to give words of wisdom, to give our children wisdom. We take the money to the bank. Yes, there is some things learning. But if you reason it with our forefathers, they used to sit their children and tell them stories of learning, stories that a child can pick wisdom from. But these days, we are into the external orientation. Wisdom is part of the internal orientation. Something that your son learns from you, not him. Your daughter learns from you. Let me tell you one thing in my life. I have always put my hand up and I swear that I will never beat a woman. Why? I have never seen my father do that. And I'm proud of him for that. You do anything, he will never. And I learned that basically from I blame my mother on this. My mother, from when we were toddlers, she hated alcohol. She talked all the ills about alcohol. And I have never tasted alcohol because of her strength in the wise words she used to inculcate into us. But the opportunity cost has been when people are networking in the bar, I am driving home. Everything has got double sides. So what I'm trying to say, there is no one, not even school teachers, not even pastors, that will create wisdom in your people. Wisdom is learned, is what the Wazungu call background. Background. They are meaning what? That this person is not well oriented wisely. Lastly, the social de-risking. Social de-risking. You are doing nothing, building an empire when there is social risk around this empire. Family structure. How many spouses do you have? There is no continuity whether you want it or not. We can write to God that you are going to have multiple spouses and your legacy will continue. What will continue is that this good man had more than one wives, and therefore that is why his empire collapsed. There is no magic about it. Now, when we are talking about the risking, family structure matters. How you raise these kids? If you raise kids in an egalitarian way, egalitarian is you do not create preference. It is equal treatment. If you are at the table, you give them an ear to all of them. We create common mistakes. That this is my first boy born. Is the one that will have your name. Please, these are things that matter. Personally, I was tortured when I was a child. When we were doing the first in 1996, we were being registered to become voters. Now, we went to the registration center. I went with my brother that I follow. So this man he wrote our father first, Eri Rubanda. He wrote Ephraim Rubanda. He wrote Ezra Rubanda. Then the father said, no, you are over-congesting the name. For this one, remove. That on me, the young son, they removed Rubanda. So I was left with Ezra Muhumza. But my elder brother had Ephraim Rubanda. So we went to school. When I was feeling senior 4, the teacher who knew my father's name added his name onto my transcript, on my registration. By the time the thing came, I found that name on it. To be honest with you, I got disappointed. I didn't want to see that name on my papers. But unfortunately, that man added it on. I'll put it in my speech in the family. When I got a PhD and I said, Dad, your name is now an international name by mistake. He said, why? I narrated the story. The man cried. Because the son he preferred to carry on his name did not make it to that level. Me, who he thought would not make it, I have written it across the globe. So what I was trying to emphasize, raise these children in an egalitarian way. Don't create enmity when they are still young. and you think it is good to create those divisions. Lastly, community relations. There is no wealth in the air. Wealth has to be pressed in a certain community. For those who are able to be in 40 years and above, will know and will testify to you. I was young, but I witnessed this. There was a man called Edward Rurangaranga. Sorry to say the name, but I wanted to drive this point home. Rurangaranga was a minister, a super minister in his Obote regime. He had a fantastic state-of-art farm. But the day the government collapsed, the community went with pangas onto his farm and they started to divide his animals according to their ability to carry. You get me? It is because there was no social connection with the community. So that risk. So for you, thinking that your money is in the bank, your will is with your lawyer, anti-police is with you, please know that you are working against the next generation. So the social humbleness, the risks, the wealth that you have. So, relatedly, the degree of legal orientation. It is very good to have whatever you are doing in the legal way. But business is not about legal interpretation. Wealth is not about. We resort to legal when we have conflict. And therefore, try by all means to have your business norms, to have your family norms, drive your agenda other than the legal. There is a presentation that was on that once you are dead, the wife is entitled this, the children this, I tell the servant this. Do you know what that means? It is breaking, disaggregating your wealth. For how many? Because there is a conflict. So how we get into the sanctioned world, you will never have an accepted leader that is nominated by Administrator General. No. But if you have a family where you have systems that allow emergence of the new leader, the continuity is most likely to be achieved other than what the law has ordered. Lastly, number 6 is the culture of value engineering. I am presenting this in scenarios. This is what we call the law. I use the law of basic arithmetic. When you get 1 plus 1, you get 2. If you do not prepare a situation where generation 1 will add value to what you have, eat your money. Don't leave your money to us to disorganize the world. If you see that your people do not have the capacity to add value to what you have left behind, and they will keep wanting to eat what you left, you are causing trouble. So the best formula is that you get what you have. The person you are giving this really, the running baton, must be able to add value. That should be what you are teaching your people. That should be the culture. Tell them that 1 minus 1 equals 0. And that's why I said, don't waste your time. When you realize, eat your money. But there are cases where we have 1 minus 1. Instead, you have left the legacy, but it is your children ending up in police. They ate what you gave them, and they encroached on others. Now they are being regarded as thieves. These are realities that we have in our society. With that, I want to say, Mr. Presenter, Mr. MC, this is my last slide, but it is not coming. If you can do it from there, I beg to conclude here. Please. Here. My conclusion is very simple. Family planning is not about swallowing of contraceptives. No. It's not about birth control. And we have all been mimicked to believe family planning is what? We are on family planning. No. I want to take you back to the first presenter. She talked of the family charter. What is the family charter saying? You are transiting here to where? Then when do you discuss this charter with the next generation? That is now family planning. But this word, I'm sorry, it was stolen from the words of English and it is being misused. Don't allow us to be. If you have appeared today, henceforth, turn to the right perspective. The cyclic poverty is caused by intergenerational fresh starts. You are a teacher. You start, build, you reach somewhere. The son comes and says, you know, he goes, starts business in Chiembe. He's reaching somewhere. Now that crosses, the another generation starts export of bananas. So we are too much of beginners. That's why I'm calling it cyclic. Someone moves, reach somewhere, goes down. That business is dropped, another one is picked. I want to say thank you very much for listening to my noise.
We're going to have a fireside chat. The topic is still built to last, succession planning in family-owned businesses. Another big round of applause for Joanne as she comes up. If you missed her introduction, I will give you a quick recap. She's a woman who has achieved a lot of great things. She is a master certified coach. If you are a coach, you know that is the highest level. It doesn't get higher than that. And to get to that, you need to have 2,500 coaching hours. That's wow is the right response. Everyone say, and let's give her applause. Very good. Today she's here she's also passionate about leadership, and she's especially passionate about transition. And when we come to this conversation about estate planning, we know that it's a form of transition. So she's going to direct the conversation, bring deep insight into what it truly takes to lead with purpose and also leave a lasting legacy. I'm going to hand over to her. Just some guidelines. We will have 30 minutes of our conversation with our panelists and their special panelists with us. And 30 minutes after that, we will have about 10 or so minutes to allow for response. So if you have a question that you'd like to ask, prepare it, have it ready. If you want to write it down, pass it to one of the ushers, or if I'm near you, just pull my jacket or something like that. We want to make sure that we attend to that question. Are we ready? Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Joanne Mugenzi.
Thank you, Sam. Good morning, everyone. Are we excited to be here this morning? Yes. At least I am excited. There's a lot of learning that is going on. I've written notes, and I'm really honored. Thank you, Tara Advocates, for giving me the opportunity to host this fire chat. And the people that we have is the family, led by Owech Tibwa, Hajimi Simukasa Kakomo, and Hajati Nuru Mukasa. and their son, Hamis Tewagudde Mukasa. Yes, I know that the reason we have more applause for Hamis Tewagudde Mukasa, he's doing well in terms of ensuring that the family legacy is moving on. So we know Hamis. And Hamis, I would like to invite you to the front because I will start with you, given that you're the one that I know very well. Hamis is a computer applications graduate, a degree that he brought into this country from India. And his parents were very daring because what I know is that he went to India, I think, after senior 4, right? After senior 4. He went on his own. His parents put him on a plane, no escort, so that then he could go and conquer the world. And unlike other children, he returned home, okay? He returned home. He did not stay there. And Hamis started working in the family business at age 12 when he did his internship. And the business we are talking about is Namu Enterprises Limited that deals in electricals. I can say that I am a satisfied consumer of Namu Enterprises. And, just in case you're wondering where this is, just go down Duster Street, Namaganda Plaza, and you don't have to go there physically because clearly he's in the .com era. You can do your orders in ways that he can describe best. But he is a social animal. We know him for that in some of the spaces because he just enjoys being in the moment. If you don't know, by the way, he's been a DJ before, okay? So many exciting things about him. He's been a DJ, he loves mountain climbing, and he's also attempted the Renzori. How many of us have tried Nakasero Hill? That's where it would start. So he's here to show us what estate planning is like through his eyes as the child in the home of Owechitibwa Haji Minsi Mukasa Kakomo and Hajat Nuru Mukasa. And given that he's the child that has grown up in that home, I'm sure you're here, you have people who call you mommy, who call you daddy. I'm going to give you an opportunity to introduce your mommy and your daddy.
All right. A very good morning to you all. Have you ever wished for a day to come, but then you don't know what day it will be? So I believe today is the day. It gives me very great pleasure to introduce my mom while she's still living. And my introduction will just be a celebration of her. She's such a powerhouse, very silent. You know those invisible movers? Yeah, she's the kind of person. She's the prayer warrior in the family. She always keeps us in check. Yeah, like you guys are talking about money, but then where is God in all this? So we're like, yeah, we pray 5 times a day, but do you read your Quran every day? So we're like, yes, we honor you. So please allow me to introduce you to the one and only Hajati Nuru Mukasa from the Njovu clan. For those of you who are from the Njovu clan, you're privileged to be in the same room with her today. So she's a mother of 5, from what I know, or what she has told me. Yeah, so Hajat, tukwaniriza nnyo. Please, make your way. Have you heard of that saying of, I came from Chamulibwa? There's a lady who says that she came from Chamulibwa on foot. Yeah, so my mom is from Chamulibwa. That's the village where she hails in Masaka district. Okay, the instructions are very clear. The MC earlier told us to follow instructions. So Joan only told me to introduce my mom. So now she's telling me I introduce OHT.
I said you're going to introduce your parents, starting with your mom.
Okay. Of course, in terms of protocol, I do not have the right to introduce him. But because you have allowed me to, I'll go ahead and do the same. OHT Wasebo, tukusima nnyo, for you to be able to make it here this morning. It took a bit of convincing for him to be here. I think for those of you that know him, he's famous for the Mwanyi Terimba. That is where he usually is. So for all the coffee that you're drinking this morning, especially the Ugandan grown coffee, he has a big role in that industry. Please, let's put our hands together for OHT Haji Misi Mukasa Kakomo. Haji Misi is a born of Bule, Butambala district, which was formerly Mpigi district. That's where we come from. And I have the privilege of calling myself his son. And he's a very dear friend to me. But we have a favorite quote where he says that, Negoza de Joe, we exchange a few pleasantries here and there. We learn from one another. So whenever he learns something from me, he tells me that quote. Yes, karibu sana.
Wow. Thank you so much. A better hand clap. Hamisi has been looking forward to this day. That's what he's saying. And I did tell him that I'm going to make him introduce his parents. How would you wish your children to introduce you one day? I'm just going to give you 30 seconds. Turn to your neighbor. Tell them, what would you like to hear your children say about you on stage? They're asking me which child. That one in your head. Okay, so we can get back into the fireside chat. Let's get back into the fireside chat. Some people are still trying to sort which child, but it's okay. Today we are going to leave this place knowing what we need to do. Okay? And it's estate planning. There's a lot that I picked from Councillor Damali's presentation. And it's about legacy. OHT, I will start with you because there seems to be intentionality, the conscious design, like Dr. Ezra Muhumuza has mentioned, that there's a conscious design. What legacy are you passing on?
With your permission, Madam Moderator, let me first of all make a few remarks before. First of all, I want to say it's been a pleasure and a privilege to be here this morning to attend this very corporate function. I really thank Tara Advocates, particularly Allen and Damali, for inviting me and my dear wife. Secondly, Hamis introduced his mother, but allow me to introduce my dear wife. I met this wonderful lady 37 years ago. And we got married in what we call a 3-in-1 wedding. It comprised of Wanjura, it comprised of War Nika and wedding embaga. That is what we could afford at that time. I went to Chamulibwa in a council for Wanjura. Then we had Nika in my council. After Nika, I put off the council and put on a shirt with my necktie, with the same suit, with the same shoes. Then we went home. my Ebule Junior Javagam, and then we got married. Kidala Chabi answer before these things came. And we have been together since then. She's really the cornerstone of our family and our businesses. As Ami said, we are honored by the blessing of God with 5 children. The firstborn is Hafswa, is a graduate of BCom. Amis is the next, graduate of computer science. The third one is Hafswa and Ani. Sophie, an engineer, telecommunication engineer. Our last 2 born, Fabira is in Nairobi studying BCom, Fabir, and Fabira is in Malaysia studying e-business. We are here, as they said, they lack a business to be in the 8%. I think in the process of the legacy, we shall tell you how we have been able to be in the last 8. But first of all, how did NAM came to be? Hajat is a professional teacher. I am an economist and an accountant. I was working in the bank and she was teaching, but I was earning more than her. When because of calculations, we said, but Hajat is teaching, it's a noble job, but what is the contribution of the family? But that time we had Hamis and we agreed to sit home and we think. We compromised, it was not directing. Then we started a very small shop selling ubuntu bwa sukari and sabuni. And he was bringing up Hamis and up. I was, after doing the bank work, go to Chipubo, get the goods. And hold one of the children and we go home. But at the end of the month, I was taking stock. Abantu nga bagamba, "Nino mukazi we tamwesiga." But I was training her to be accountable. And alhamdulillah, she always got it right. After that one, we thought of what else to do. We wanted a catching business where customers can come wanting to buy what we are selling. We thought of electrical business. Then we start with her. What names should we give it? Her median name is Naguja. And my name, Kakomo, is my father's name. I am Mukasa by my father's name. At that time we had Mukasa Junior as the second born, and Afswa was Natavi. Then we agreed. This family planning, for us, we knew it is not taking tablets only. Then we said, NAM, NA should be for Naguja and Natavi. Then MU is for Mukasa Senior and Mukasa Junior. That's how we came to that name. We called it enterprises because we didn't want to limit us to one thing. And that is how the name came about. The legacy, as the moderator asked, if you asked me how I've been able to be in the 8%, which Damari talked about, businesses which have survived beyond 15 years. Excuse me, there is one person I want to do the other, Bumba. Adinani, his father is one of my mentors, the late Haji Abe Bumba. I'm glad he's part of this arrangement. The reasons could be many, but I can briefly say the following. One, handling everything legally. When we decided to put it in NAM Enterprises, we had to go legal in everything. Not saying, no, we said, let us go legal. And we have been legal all through, giving returns every year for the last 7 years. 2, being professional. Whatever we are doing, we have decided to be professional. We have tried to separate business and family. 3, the systems Dr. Muhumuza talked about. We have internal systems which check on us in whatever we are doing. 4, we have tried to separate the business and another one is out it. Nkateke one. My advisor is telling me nkateke one. I will abide. Information sharing. We have nothing to put in the back and another one in front. We have been sitting together and agree and share whatever we are doing. Another one is respect of your family members' views in whatever you are doing. When Amis came back from India and his sister, Hafsa had learned BCom and he had done computer science. We said, okay, they are qualified enough, they can get jobs wherever they can go on their own, and given our contacts. But we said they are going to be paid, but we have something they can do. So we decided to hit 2 birds with 1 stone, to give them jobs and also to teach them what we have been doing and to make sure they will add value on it and carry it forward. So we had a meeting of 4 people. My wife, Hamis, and Hafsa, we discussed and agreed. We could not pay them as high as their qualifications, but we told them, the salary will get higher as much money you'll be making. So they had to work in order to justify their income. And alhamdulillah, they agreed and we started. It was not easy to get children who have just come out of the country, to convince them to come in a small NAM. But they agreed and now they are helping us to take it to the next level. As you have seen, we used to be directors and managers, but now we are just founders. Amis has taken over to be the MD, and we are happy. Another one, Madam Moderator, is hard work. For us, we don't work hours. And when I come at 8, by 5 I should go. We work tukola mulimo. We have to stay until the work we are supposed to do is done. If a customer says, I need this consignment, they are starting wiring my house, Amis has, even if it means sleeping there, he has to do it. Even if it means me and my wife to go, we will go. We can't say that is one of the legacies we have tried. I said, we appreciate other people's differences. Our children, they are our children, but there are things we see differently, and we accommodate that. Another one is compromise. Whenever there is a disagreement, we make sure we meet, chat, we agree to disagree, or agree to agree, and we move on. For example, we have quarterly meetings to review what we are doing, where we have been, where we are, and where we are going. Another one is to control the expansion. Many people don't hear about NAM, but we, alhamdulillah, we are solid enough. But we want to do quietly and limit the activities where we are engaged. As a family, we decided, let us be in commerce and trade, Let us be in real estate and let us be in farming. When you are in the world, there will be a lot of stories. Bokola Chinoi, Nusweme, Reta, Kakade. We said, let us specialize where we can do best. And we are not regretting. So, when these young people took over, we didn't fear to delegate. And probably that is the most important point for this conference. I had one of my mentors, the late Aziz Kasuja, once was the chairman of the Register Commission. He told us, you delegate. Abana bakole ensobi ng'okyali mulamu, so that you correct them. Other than waiting, bali bigabananga nfudde. I am telling you, these Hamises, I harass them to do the right things when I am still alive. When I die, I know whatever we have done can go even before I'm buried. So we have decided with my wife, let us delegate, but when you delegate, you still have the responsibility. So I get regular reports on whatever they are doing in the different disciplines, particularly on NAMU enterprises. So, Madam Moderator, we believe with those qualities, with those items, we have been able to build the legacy. And we have been preoccupied to see how can this thing move on even when we pass on. But even before we pass on, we are getting aged. We are, as I said, my wife, we have been in marriage for 37 years. Although she looks 20, but that's because of the care. We want to relax with the little we have. We want the family, the children to take over. But when you fear to let them go, I'm telling you, you will die of pressure. As I said, we are in farming. On the weekend, we have to go and see how much coffee they have picked. We want to see what they have done. But Hamis is handling the area of NAMU enterprises. What is the third area we decide to be in? Real estate. We are not bothered. That one is his business. So it is giving us room to enjoy obukadde bwaffe, because my wife always says, Haji, we are tukaddiye nenze mugate tunakaddiwa tuli bakulu. So we are seeing the fruits before we die. And we believe if we continue with this trend, the sky will be the limit.
Indeed. What a masterclass. I hope you have taken enough notes, because I can release you with that information. Hajati Nur, you start and you're with Wechitibwa and you decide it is NAM. Tell us a little bit about that journey through your eyes. You're leaving your job and you're deciding to sit, to say, let's pursue this dream, this vision that has been cast. Tell us about it.
Thank you very much, Madam. By that time, it wasn't hard for me, because we could sit down and talk peacefully. So when he told me, by then, the amount of money I was getting was 20,000. And what they could give you, at least some beans from the school, the dry beans. So when he told me that, I welcomed it. And by then, I think, after giving birth to Hamis, that's when I stopped teaching. But Alhamdulillah, I thank God. It has gone on well.
It could be the prayers, right? I'm not going to ask Hamis what he read today in the morning in the Quran. But you return and you decide you've come back from India, you have your degree, and then you come here and they've put before you the idea of joining NAMO Enterprises. What went on in your mind? What was that like?
Thank you, Joan. What it was like, it was a very big challenge to begin with. I mean, your parents are here asking of you. You look like you have options, but deep down in your heart, you actually don't. And until this day, I've never asked them why they sent us to India, but I'm getting answers by myself. When you get to hear their vision of wanting to carry on the business from the first generation to the second and probably the third and the next, I believe that India, if not after Japan, it's the country that has the biggest number of family businesses or generational businesses, and very successful at that. So they took me to a classroom, inside a classroom. And I speak candidly that I learned so many things outside the classroom in India than I did inside the classroom. These guys are traders, and I was learning the tool of trade. First of all, it was almost impossible to survive in that country without learning Hindi. So I had to learn a few words of, locomotion, moving from one place to another. I learned those, and I also learned a bit of Hindi more and more. So it helped me to get through my daily activities. But most importantly, back to the question, we had been groomed to take over this business. Like you said, that I started working at the age of 12. We never had anything like vacation in our family. Once you're done with your PLE, you can rest for 2 days, probably to wash your clothes and maybe lay your bed. But on Monday, the first thing you're doing, get a tie. Probably at that time, I didn't even have a tie that could fit me so well. It was a very big one. I think I got it from my cousin. But I had to show up at work at 7:30 a.m. till 6:30 p.m. So when we got that nurturing, it was indirectly telling us that you guys, the work has started. So for me, it was easy to plug in. It didn't take me so much time to think about. I mean, I was young. At that time, I could have looked at it like I was being stripped of my childhood. But like the saying goes, "Ebirungi biri maso," and I do not regret it to today. So fortunately or unfortunately for me, I was always ahead of my peers in terms of thinking and in terms of the way I did things. So I ended up being like their good father. And, excuse me, they always came to us. I mean, when some of them used to come to town during the vacation, they used to come by the shop and they're like, yeah, that is Hamis's shop, he's working there. And I could not take 5 minutes off to greet a visitor. Everything else will happen after work hours. So that is the kind of training that we got. And in some cases, you could even skip lunch because you're busy, you're attending to a client, left, right, and center. Sometimes you could pray late because of that. So it was not very difficult for me to make the decision, but it was more of an emotional decision for me than anything else. Deep down in my heart, I felt that carrying on a legacy from my parents to me and my siblings and probably to the next generation is something that I endeared.
Thank you so much for sharing that. I could see teacher Barbara here of Victorious Education Services smiling, because at Victorious Education Services, they keep on saying that by 12, the child should have been groomed. That's what they say. And I'm now curious at that point, because Hamis is saying that he's beginning to second guess that probably the reason you sent them to India was to learn trade. What was the reason for you sending them to India?
These children, when they are with their parents all the time, they don't get tough times. I wanted them to live on their own, to learn how to live on your own. As you rightly said, Hamis went when he was very young. Although there was money even to accompany him, but we said, let him go agende kululwe. Omusajja gyagenda gyasanga banne. We wanted them to start the struggle early enough, to learn how to live on your own. That is what happened even to his elder sister. Actually, the elder sister, Hafsa, was already in India. The only privilege he got is Hafsa to wait for him at the airport. They were living in their flat, they are cooking. So, as I said, family planning, incidentally, Hajati didn't take them until the children were over. So, the intention was to train them for the future, how to live on their own. And as he has rightly said, he's now getting the fruits. They have been able to get a job. They have been able to contribute on the family legacy. And they know where the next shilling will come tomorrow. You know what is happening in the area of employment? The president last time was saying, I name it more, emitwala abiri. Naye abajagala, there are 20 million people. So apart from creating employment for them, we are trying to create employment for the others. So that was the dream, madam, that you go, tussle it alone. Even there, the last born is in Malaysia alone. She's going through the same system the elder brothers and sisters went through. The one is in Nairobi is there alone. You know, the mamas, they are so tender. Now he said, we said, if you don't know how to cook, go hungry. But for our budget is for you to buy whatever you can buy in the market and cook, but not going to the restaurants. So the training, that is how it started. We don't want them to think, but we want them to learn how to live on their own. That's why he had to go to India, a little young. In fact, I remember he had to go even a week before. When there was a disturbance in the north. We had already bought a ticket for him to go. But when they hit, there was some buyekera somewhere in the north. When they hit, I told Hajati, in North Bakubiyeyo, before Hamis has left, we had to change the ticket to about 4 days earlier. And I told him, Junior, you are going tomorrow. Tate daddy vihi, sinna sibula banange. So we have to be practical, because we didn't know where the Buyekera would end. Developing countries. So that is the reason why we had to go a little early and to stay on his own.
Wow, it looks like the Butambala person was really, really alive in this moment. I want to hear from the mother. Your child is being told, go on the plane alone. How was that for you? To just say, let me release these children. Let me release my daughter. Go on your own. Because at least Tamis was finding the sister there.
That time was so hard for me. I even faced Haji and asked him, why are you sending him at this time? But I can't tell. It was so hard for me. But I said, no, you let him go. Then I kept quiet, and then I let the things go.
So from what Hajati is sharing, you can see that I think some decisions are just going to be tough decisions to make. There is intentionality. But today we are here talking about estate planning. And the fact that the first generation and the second generation are all part of this conversation. Tell us about the conversations you're having right now as far as the vision that you have for Namwa. You know, earlier on you told us that you're doing your things quietly, but you have decided which areas you want to focus on. What kind of conversations do you have around this estate planning? Before I come to the MD, let me first hear from the visionaries.
First of all, I and my dear wife, our intention is to have continuity in whatever we have started, beyond our strength and our life. That is the conversation I'm having with these children. As I said, we hold quarterly meetings to review. the sister who follows Hamis is handling the estate area. Hafswa is handling something also in commerce and trade. Hamis is all everywhere. So we sit and say, this is what we need tomorrow. And we tell them, when this thing fails, you will fail. Because I can't imagine Hamis at this stage to go knocking on other people's doors asking for employment. We are also telling them, for us, we are getting weak in strength and in age. We want to live a decent life. We don't want to bother you with the Atenalwade, the Panado. When he doesn't bring it, you quarrel, you say, I don't know, since Mozala, no Mozala, Motwade, DNA, Tandabidira. Our conversation is that whatever we have started, we want to leave a decent end. Because we shall die, like I will finally urge you about Kurama. We are saying, let us get something to carry us on, which is not from their sweat, but from what we started. We want them to add on. Of course, if analog, now they are .com, and they are doing a lot of things we wouldn't be able to do. So what we are telling them, let us preserve what we have done. Let us add on it. The particular last time I was telling the public that when you earn 40%, put it back in the business. 30% save it and invest elsewhere. 30% enjoy yourself. So that's what we are telling them. So that whatever you are eating is properly appropriated. Don't eat what you have not earned. That is what I'm telling them. Second, I'm telling them to be humble in life. I'm telling them, if you have a decent vehicle carrying you from home to work, that should be your peace. You are able to take your children for good school. Like the saying is in Zebutambala, Nasoma Sina Nangato. But their children are studying in good schools. Thirdly, are you able to sort out your domestic issues, financial issues? That is, I am telling them to live a quiet and decent life like we have done with their mother. We are able to solve our financial issues in the way we can. I'm telling them, be ambitious, but don't be over-ambitious. And we live by what is going on. Like I said, the way I married their mother. Very simple wedding. Very simple one. In fact, in the Sasabana Bantu Sente, Banyamba Buyambi Banebe Nalinkola Dabo. I was telling them, Ngenda Kuwasana, yes, Bintu Ngabajja Bampayoke Bampadde. And I married in a very humble way. But I'm telling them, do things in a humble way. Tokolanga gundi bwakoze. Because when you want to do things the way your neighbor is doing, you are going to break. So basically that is the kind of talk we are telling them. But we are giving them freedom to do their own things. When it is home, they go home. When it is business, it is business. So we are trying to do what we say, if it is business, it is business. It is a family life, do your things the way you want.
Wow, I love where you're ending because I am a coach. I handle transition and you're saying separate the issue, or separate the person from the issue, and that's what we normally focus on in coaching. As we continue with this conversation, begin preparing your questions because I'm going to engage the MD, but you must be having questions either to the parents or to the MD himself. Tell us about this mantle, Hamis, that you're carrying now and how the preparation your parents have given you is supporting you in this journey.
Thank you, Joan. To be honest, it is quite challenging because one, you are hit by forces that you don't even know exist. Yeah, that's where it starts from. But the most important thing, and I was actually hoping one day that I'll get a platform to say this, and here we are. Affirmation is a very important thing, especially for us that have kids. I remember I was in their room, I was very young, I don't remember the age, but Papa was telling Mama that we have a very handsome son, and that has never left my mind. But beyond that, okay, yeah, I know it has nothing to do with the symposium, but yes, I am just saying. What I'm trying to say is that they have affirmed us more than enough. They have told us that you can do this. If so and so did it, and so can you. And it usually came from the education that you have all the facilitation that you need. So you have whatever it takes to do great things. And I believe in myself that I can do great things. And I think for those of you that have interacted with me, you all know that you cannot put my spirit down. Yes, you cannot kill that for me. So zeal is one of the things that I go by on a very daily basis. And very importantly is the relationship that we have with the parents. Because if I do not hear from Papa in 2 days, and this I think has only it only happened once. I was in Kigali. I was on leave. So he didn't call me for 3 days. He understands that when I'm on leave, unless the London Bridge is burning, but if it's not, leave is leave. And when he's on leave, he's on leave. When they're on leave, they're on leave. So we have those boundaries as well. But the relationship that we have is, for some people, they don't even understand that one is the father to the other, one is the mother to the other. They believe that we're even siblings to a certain, I think because of my beard, I'm growing too fast. They believe that we are siblings. So the relationship that we have between the 2 or 3 of us and all the other siblings is one where we can talk about each and everything. So that also helps us. You know, it's very difficult to separate business and family when you do not have the right platform to discuss matters that are burning you. So you're like, even if I tell him something business, maybe he'll bring it in family time, but he does not do that. Business is business and family is family. So it's been a challenging journey, but I love challenges. Personally, I am a very big risk taker. I don't know if they know that, but I have really showed them that things can be done. Like I push my luck to the last minute. I go till my final breath if I believe in something. And results are there that have showed that this can work. So, and it's something that I'm also carrying on with my kids. I have let them be themselves. They're making mistakes. They're learning from them. And actually, they realize that when they teach themselves, it's actually much easier to learn. So, yeah, that is it for me.
Wow, maybe one last question from me before I open it up to the audience. Even as you share that, Dr. Muhumuza earlier on was telling us about the tangible wealth and the intangible wealth. And it looks like when you're thinking about risk-taking and how you're showing up, there's a lot of intangibility in there. What is it that you have learned from your parents as far as the intangible wealth is concerned that is helping you in this journey?
It's just one word, social capital. I have been to places where someone will get to know you, but after they know that you are Mr. Kakomo's son, the conversation changes immediately. So it is from that social capital that we've got to benefit a lot. Social capital goes a very long way. And for me, actually, when I was going through the 2 types of wealth, I almost realized that intangible wealth is most likely more important than the tangible wealth. When you have a wide array of intangible wealth, you can use that to cultivate tangible wealth. And the thing is, I was talking to Dr. Muhumuza earlier that one of the things that we do not look at when we talk estate planning and succession planning, we only look at estate in terms of physical things, cash and whatnot, but we do not look at things like values. What are the values of a family? Are they a prayerful family? What are the things that you do in a home and you don't do in a home? These are things that we need to understand, that we also need to pass on from one generation to another. So for me, that is it.
Wow, amazing. Any questions from the audience to any of the panelists? I'm happy to see Headmaster all the way from NSSF. When Damali was busy talking, she wondered whether there was a representative from NSSF. I can guarantee you that we have Apollo in the room.
So we'll take 3 questions in quick succession and then allow the panelists to respond. Let's start here.
Thank you very much. I am very pleased to be here, and I've learned a lot, because also my kind of business is a family business, and my question goes to the MD. Do you ever get challenges when you fail to agree with your dad, and then it becomes emotional?
Okay, let's take 2 more, one here and then at the back.
Thank you. What an amazing story. I know Hamis well, but now I know who grew him. My question is to OHTIBA. My name is Mark. I would like to just know more about OHTIBA's background, because you have an amazing story and the things you have done are very rare. So did you have a father who taught you these things? How did you learn the things you did and the path that you took from being an economist to being able to involve your wife and your children in your business? Because many people struggle with that. So did you have some background behind you that enabled you to do that?
I'll take one at the back and then we'll get a response.
Thank you very much. My name is Diana Sekaja. I have 2 questions, one to Hamis. Coming back from India and joining NAM, didn't you have any dreams of your own or visions and things you wanted to do? And how does that fit into your family vision? And then my second question to OHTIBA. You've delegated your children, and feel free to answer or not. You've delegated your children to work on your various businesses. Have you actually given them shares? What's the legal aspect of that delegation? Thank you.
Over to you, Joanne, for those 3 questions, and then we'll take another round.
I like Diana's, so let's start from OHTIBA so that we understand a bit of the structuring of the business. Yes.
Thank you very much. Let me start with the last one. Shares. Hamis and Hafsa got shares in the company when they were still young, when they were babies. And they continue to tutulane tugandi akatuongeddeko kano. Namwe muleeteeyo tuongereko ku shares. But in short, they have shares in all the companies. Mark is saying my story, my background. I was born in Ebule Butambala. My father died when I was 9 years old, and my mother had to look after me until I left. After my P7 at Nachijiyomea, I joined the Kibuli Secondary School, where I stayed for 6 years for O and A levels. Then I went to Makerere, where I studied economics and rural economy. I joined banking in a tropical bank, and I worked in the bank for 20 years. Then we decided with my dear wife, Haji omaze emyaka 2 mu banka, togenzeko ku police. Now let us concentrate on NAM. Then we started working on NAM. I went in farming. We started real estate slowly, until Sabasajja Kabaka asked, he doesn't request, he directs. He said, come and help Buganda to be a minister in charge of agriculture, trade, and cooperatives. We had to sit. It was a tough decision, like the decision when Hajat had to accept Junior to go to India. But in Uganda, we are saying, like Mr. Mumsa said, everything is for Kabaka. When Kabaka says, come and serve, first of all, it's a very great pleasure. You are very lucky. We said with the Hajati, now, that is what we prepared. People said, you were to serve Mengo and your own things. But because we had planned, the Amises had started taking routes. I am able to serve my king, and the establishments are able to go on. And of course, with her also helping us as usual. As I said, she's the pillar of the family. Behind every successful family, there is a very strong lady. And maybe, let me say this one at this stage. A moderator asked it, Hajat, how did you feel when Haji said this one has to go? In every establishment, there must be a leader. You discuss, and when you go draw, the leader makes a verdict. So Hajat has learned one thing, and which I request ladies to understand. In a family, you can discuss, but the leader is the head of the family. It is the husband. But probably that is one of the reasons we have been together for 37 years. Mama, I know they will not be happy with it. But I have to say the fact, Haji nebo chiba chimonyiga nnyo. Agane Haji agambye. Ne final adda nagadi, but Haji, you were right. Ne mugamba kati ngalo Junior, when he was going to India, I told him singe bitu bitabika mu north ne bagala ekisaawe ky'Entebbe. We have paid school fees, we have bought the ticket, let him. Naye omukwano gwa buzadde mugumanyi fe mu ddiini yaffe. It is 3. Abaana, mama, taata omunundi kuki. My children are very dear to the mothers. But there must always be a leader. But for the sake of leadership and continuity, let's go on. I think I've said my background.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
So we are now passing it
To
over
your
to the
question
MD.
yeah.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. I'll start with Doreen's question of if I face any challenges and how we go about them. Do we get emotional? One thing that we have cultivated as a family is mutual respect. And this is something that really humbles me. My dad never directs, or mom. They always ask, to the point that even when they call me, or in our cadet wogere, because they know I'm always busy, I'm running something here and there. So that alone really weakens me and it humbles me. So we base on mutual respect for one another, and we believe that whatever position someone is taking on a decision that needs to be made, it is either from a point of view that they understand, especially for them it's from experience, then from me it could be from technical know-how, and even if things go south, if one of us took a direction, we come together and say, I was wrong, I am sorry, and this is the way forward. Of course, you cannot do away with emotions. In some arguments, you would want to win or you'd want to come out superior, especially when you're where this is going to end up. But then, remember, you are learning from them and they're also learning from you. So, given the information that one has, they'll make that decision. Or given what they want, they'll make a certain decision. So, at the end of the day, it's about mutual respect. We honor each other's decisions and directions that we take, so we do not go away when everyone has beef for the other. Then the other one was from Diana. I'll be very honest with you. At the time I fully joined the business, that was 2011 when I graduated, I did not have any particular dreams beyond the family business because my mind was already shaped around it, and it was my very big desire to be a part of it one day. But then, here comes the interesting thing. I'll tell you a story, a very brief one. It was in Nakasero, I think somewhere around 2000. I don't know if Mama remembers. We used to come from school and then to the shop. So when they're done with balancing, they close up for the day and then we go home. So we could do our homework from there. And then you just learn things without knowing. So one day I was a very cheeky child. I think she just spared me not to mention. But I was playing with a matchbox in the shop and I was lighting it. You know how kids can be, very aimless. So I almost lit up the shop. And then she sat me down and she told me, "Mwana gwe," these were her very words. Ochimanyi nti bw'oyokya edduuka lino ffenna tuggwaawo. Not the kuggwaawo of all of us getting burnt to ashes, but the kuggwaawo of this business is our backbone. So that really hit me hard. And I believe it also compelled me in 2011 to make that decision of coming and joining the family business and working together. Finally, about the dreams, I developed dreams along the way. I would love to become a pilot, and this is something that I'm going to pursue. And what am I doing about it? I have served in the business for about 14 years now. My brother is also coming of age, and my plan right now, I'm grooming him to come and take over from whatever I have been doing. I am not stepping away entirely. I will be there, but now he will be more actively involved. Of course, I'll hold his hand for maybe the next 5 years, and then I can also go and pursue my dreams. So that is my plan. Thank you.
Wow.
Yes, you can see Captain Hamis in the making. So I don't know, Sam, I see
Shall we take two? I know.
Okay, we'll take two because our time is up for the session.
Take 2, 1, and 1, and then we'll move.
Thank you very much for such a powerful presentation. The pressure is too much. My question goes out to Tiwa. How do you incorporate your kids' spouses in the business? I know Hamis is married, and all the other kids are married. So how are you incorporating them into the business? Thank you.
We'll take the second one. Maybe I'll choose someone from the back, the lady from the back as well. Yes.
Thank you very much. My name is Segawa Rachel, and I'm coming from East African Roofing Systems. It's also a family business. My question is going to Haji and Hajat. How would you manage a family business when you have more than one family involved? In the event that you had more than one wife and you also have children from other spouses, how would you manage that?
Two very strong questions. Joanne, over to you.
Okay, thank you. We are going to answer those 2 questions, and thereafter, I will ask each one of you to give us your parting shots. Thank you so much for engaging us this morning.
Involving the children and spouses. The spouses, specifically. Yes. The children's spouses, specifically. Maybe I'll pass you this mic.
I want to leave a little more. About the sponsors, as I said, the business and the family, we try to separate. Hamis is managing director of NAM Enterprises and other establishments. His wives, they are doing their own things. Bachala baby bakola fetumu omusala nga MD. Then he handles his affairs, family affairs. That's what I said. We are quite funny. Hamis is married to 2 wives. And me, I'm married to only her. But when he decided to do it, we sat as a family. You have just married this one, I'm marrying this one also. What is the reason? 2 things. But Obuslam, for us, we are Muslims. They allow us to marry 4. Now he has 2. We are waiting for the other 2. Naenze, I have had his mother only. And the 5 children who have her. I had my own experiences because I grew up in a polygamous family. I learned lessons. Then I had my own feelings. I wanted to have my peace when I go home. The Baganda say, enjizi ezale enkolya. That one could have separated the family. Gwato wasote abakazi abasuka mom when I nzinga chitawo nyina ki. But he's my son, but we are different in rigende. Buli omwa ina dream ye. So we let him with his wives, and we gave him all the support. I had a lot of stoning in the town. Ati go Haji Misi gwe wawasa omukazi omu ate omwana lwaki omulesa okuwasa omulala bumba oyo abimanyi. But I said we are different. And I decided, as I said, we had to okwawula ensongano ki n'omuntu. In mateeka ga Uganda and Sharia, Hamisi made no mistake. That was his will, his wish. Kakati ne tukkiriziganya abeere n'amaka ge oba bamukumangolo oba kiki, that is his business. But as he rightly said, when we come to business, twogera byaki era mubuuzaako bubuuza out of courtesy. I ask very carefully, leero n'osula wa? So I don't know whether I am answering the question. Yeah. Business is business. Family affairs is family affairs. Actually, as I rightly say in this wonderful, nze teneebuuzaako yampuulirako buki naye yayina okumbuulira kuba nali badde mubuuza nga wano wemakumanyidde nnyo toliiwo. But one thing he did, and we appreciate it, he did it openly. Ng'eddiini yaffe ffe bwe tugamba kakati kitiina bwe ndaamubuuza leero lwaki wasuze bukoto ng'ate n'ekawempo olinayo ki. But you know some men, they do it very clandestinely. Ate abantu n'abamalawo mu nsi twasuze bulumbe ate munnaffe owambieni ayi yafiiriddwa ate tubadde tutegeka symposium n'eddamali so at least he saved us that one. So basically we give him his salary which he works for, ye n'agabanyaamu ki. Era ne mu bya farming, we have helped him to have his own garden. Ye yamanya sente ze. Naye bya family ngaffe bakakomooza bamukasazi birala n'ebyamaka ge biki. Naye bw'ajjanga omwana, like a child comes, na Haji leero ndi bubi. Kibiri bwe biti. The junior is very secretive. He will never tell you never basuze ekiro bamuyombesa. Haji, are you okay? I am okay. But you handle each case on its own merit. Eh? My daughters are also married to their husbands. But what we did before we took, of course they got married when they're in the business. But I had to approach, and my wife had to approach their husbands. Netutula tugana Sophia tukirize tukole naye. But we have been working with her. And recently one of the son-in-law told me when the last born but one, when he finishes, I'm giving you Sophia for 2 years. Kakati yena bagati omwami kumukyala we. We have complied. We are now training. Sophia will be late to go, and they also want to do their own businesses, which empeke gye bajje muffe ne batabani bayimba kati you do your own things. You be a master of yourself. Gy'okoma okutuyana gy'okoma okufuna. Naye eri eyokozesebwa otuyana nnyo naye era ofuna kali kaki. So we are giving everybody a chance as a member of the family, and when she or he goes to his family ng'akola ebibye. Ekirala kibadde somebody was asking about how I manage different sponsors. For me, it is only her. It is Hamis who knows how he manages. But for me, I'm enjoying my journey with her. But I think Hamis is also happy because I can see him smiling in the morning. Okay, you tell them how you manage.
I was hoping you don't ask. But anyway, just to answer that question briefly, what I would advise, of course, this is a very long conversation that we don't have enough time for, but what I would advise is, as the chairperson of the family or as the head of the family, you can have more than one wife, and if they are involved in business, bring that business down in that lineage. Mama A, make their business. Mama B, make their business. But make it a very cardinal point for the kids to interact with each other. And in my case, what I've done, which is non-negotiable, they all go to the same school, It's the same car that takes them every morning and picks them every evening. And I told the wives that, abana bange, this is my business, so let me handle it. For you, amakaga mwe. Better namaka go here and be with your home here, but I'll handle the kids because that is my business. Even if I died today, if they are mine, they would not get any other father. So that is how I would advise for someone to go about something like that. But then you also have to be very open-minded. There's so many things that you have to have in mind. So it's a very long conversation. Thank you.
Okay. Yes,
I don't know if you heard that, but someone said long live Hamis. To be continued.
Okay, now I think now, indeed it has become the real chat, right? The real issues are coming out as the chat comes to an end. That means you have to keep the chat going post the symposium. So your parting shots, briefly. I will start from the MD, then I will end with, I will have the Wichtiwa and Hajat.
Thank you very much, Joan. Mine are very easy shots, parting shots. Number one, I would like to take this opportunity to thank particularly Damali and Allen that took interest in our family. This began like a simple conversation. Actually, Damali and Allen were asking, they wanted to meet the Wazeis in person, and I told them, if you want to meet them, just drive over at the farm. Every weekend you'll find them there and you'll have all the hospitality you want and they'll give you all the time you need. But Damali said that she felt this is information that should not be shared secretly. This is something that people are struggling with. This is something that people would want to learn from. So she has given us the opportunity to share this information and of course much more after here. So I really appreciate her. I mean, when I was telling Muzei here that we've been chosen to speak at the symposium, I was like, hey, our small NAM, what have we done? But I told him this morning that I think now from the 8% that they mentioned, you realize why maybe we were worthy of standing right in front of you this morning. Thank you very much. And I would like to celebrate everyone here that you have made the right decision by coming here. And I implore you to have an open conversation about estate planning. It's not about dying. It's not about writing wills and whatnot. Have these conversations openly. Like we always say, something that you fail to fix when you're alive, no one can fix it when you're dead. I guarantee you that. Thank you.
Hello? 4 points, finally. I just want to hit something very brief about marriage. People have been asking me, Muchikoze mutia, how have you done it? Eh? First of all, you were Muslim. Secondly, you have only one wife. Thirdly, maybe you are able to maintain others. Eh? But for me, among the many points, I think in marriage, we need to learn one another, learn to be patient to one another and be religious in whatever your religious belief. Kasitoiga omuntu wo. For me, Hajat, even when I'm going to smile, he will say, Haja agenda kuseka. She has learned me. She's patient with me, I'm patient with her and the whole family. Because nobody is 100% perfect. Eh? Just learn your spouse and then you will move on and be patient. The sky will be the limit. And be religious. In my family, Hajat handles the bawalim to teach these children. My job is to look for the money to pay for the bawalim. So separate the roles properly. Another one, I want to implore you to always do the right thing in the right time with the right person and the right place. That has been our slogan in the family. Once you do that, whether in business, whether in family, mention it. You'll always be there once you do the right thing in the right place with the right person at the right time. Another one is okulama. They have talked about will. I want to tell you, my friends, you will die, whether you have a will or you don't have. Abantu batya okulama, mainly abasinga, they think when you make a will, you will die. Others don't want to make money to the lawyers. Others think being gayaza. But now I'm telling you, whatever you have done will perish in one day if you don't have a will. It is not only the rich ones who make wills. There are some pertinent issues when you die. Kariumuri, Hamis has 2 wives. But he would want to be buried in one of the villages where one of those wives, whichever. We have 2 homes. We have a country home and a Kampala home. Maybe I can decide to be buried in my Kampala home or my country home. About different denominations. You want to tell in your will. Among the things to put in the will, the lawyers will tell you. At least indicate the number of children you have. They would only be known when you die in your will. You state the wives you have, or the wives you were married and divorced. When you don't write, they will come and say, but when the will comes, you must have stated clearly. Kakati mfudde gundi yemuki yemchala wange. You state your place of burial so that there is no controversy. You state ebintu byoyina yogera amabanja n'ababadde bakola ki bakubanja, among other things the lawyers will know. So I urge you, dear friends, make a will. Abala amasibe waliwo lawyer yogedde wano waliwo ebiramo byakola 15 years ago naye ababikola bakyaliwo. It will be very embarrassing when you graduate, you die, they start fighting on your body. Tujja muzike no nasiko na zeno. Mubiwuli badde mbiwulira mawulire. Omukyalo ow'egindi aga nti nze babuzika wange. Abaana babe baga nti daddy tumutwala waffe. But when you write a will, abasiraamu olufa nga baga nti yalaama nti baleete ekiraamo ki. Ebibeera mu kiraamo balooya babimanyi. It must be atikuteekwa okubaako abajulizi abamala. Nekirala, give the copies to more than 2 people and trusted people. A lawyer, a senior lawyer is here. So that when you die, they bury you in harmony, peacefully, and your property, God willing. But people should have where to start. Finally, I want to once again thank Alan and Damal for getting us this chance to be here. I told them we are coming to share experience. Very practical one. And indeed, this has been time well spent. Hajat, I want to thank my dear wife for making it here today. We know her interests. We had to talk to her, and I think, is it time well spent? And above all, we thank her for being a pillar in our family. I thank you very much.
Okay, mine is just to thank, first of all, Alan and Damal for having interested us that time. And everybody here, because you wouldn't have been here. Even if we had started talking, you would have gone outside. But you gave us your time. I thank you all. And those are my words.
Again, thank you so much, Damali and Alan. It's been an honor to host the fireside chat. I hope those notes are not flipping around and then you're going to leave them in the room. Go ye and do at least 1 or 2 things from the symposium, then it would have been worth your time investment. Thank you.
Please give a round of applause to Fred Muema. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kimera. This guy can actually sing. I was wondering where I had seen you, but you have a famous song, Omuwala. If you've not heard about it, talk to him. Okay. First of all, you guys are not fair. You are praising Allen and Damali, but you're not praising my wife, Desire, who introduced me to Allen. And Desire, can you please stand up? She's the one who made a phone call, and she's used to me saying, I'm busy, I'll call back. She said, no, I need you to give somebody a job as an intern. So that's how Allen came. It has been a long journey, and of course, Damali happens to be my maternal cousin. But she called directly. She didn't have to wait for somebody to go through, you know. She just called directly from LDC. And now here we have Tara. So Tara has been a journey. And as somebody who saw them in their diapers up to this level, as lawyers, as somebody who saw them grow, I must say that I am exceedingly proud of you, Damali and Allen. As a lawyer of 30 years standing, I have trained and mentored so many lawyers, but I think they are one of the best lots that I have mentored. Of course, I also have a junior partner here in the firm. Pal, if you can stand up. Pal is a junior partner at the firm. And yes, so I have 2 minutes, which is again not fair. But what you have done, Damali, today, and Allen, is what we need to be doing. You know what most people use this room for? Parties, I don't know what. But here is knowledge sharing. And Damali knows I'm a guy of knowledge. I like knowledge. So when I hear esteemed business people, entrepreneurs like Haji speaking, you hear the young man's journey to India. And so those are things which are very scarce among we Africans. So Damali is a good thing that as a law firm, but then one of the law firms you need to watch out for in the next 5 years when we are gone is Star Advocates. Because they put service before, because this is service. They would have been, you know, first pay me for this and this. This is the way we should be practicing law, to serve. And that's why when you introduced me, you said I'm from the Anti-Counterfeit Network. I'm also serving there, helping when I hear you talking about generational wealth, building estates and businesses. The biggest challenge you have is the fakes. I can see insurance is here, but I can tell you I have presided over so many businesses that collapse because somebody brought a fake production line, the thing collapsed. There's somebody who was doing battery water, UNBS came and closed. And besides, we are falling sick because of those fakes. I'll come back to that very briefly. But my wife called me and told me, you know what, you must attend. As an extremely busy person, of course, I was planning to attend, but a bit later, but then I realized it's half day. So I would have come when you guys are going. But so a lot of credit to her. But a little reading that I did, which I want to share with you. This transgenerational wealth is being affected. However much you prepare, there are certain inherent things which are affecting us. And I see that Uganda has got a good legal regime. We are among the few countries that has got a succession plan where our children take 75% of the estate. In the UK, it's 50%. But if you compare the UK to Uganda, how much transgenerational wealth do we have? How many Mukasa juniors do we have who can actually take on the business of the parent and continue? It is less, and yet we are 75% by law. So what is the problem? The problem is we have a consumptive mindset. It's about consuming. And you're seeing which car are you driving and so on. We don't know how to build wealth, sustain it, and that's why we have a lot of families right now. I'll mention some of the prominent families, you know, what is happening to BMK, what is happening to Zimwe's estate and so on. Did they plan? Did they not plan? Do we have a legal framework? We do. But we have a mindset problem. So as a result, there's a lot of counterfeit inheritance that we have. If we are not preparing our children to be able to handle and grow the wealth, then that's a fake inheritance. We have a lot of that. And so for me, hearing Muzei speaking with the wife, how I wish we had younger people in the room, because I can see the average age here is 50 or something. We needed younger people to hear what these people are saying on a very serious note. And I think, Tara, you need to be taking this to the schools. If you can get entrepreneurs like them to go and give real life, because most of the young people, because of the dot-com era, they think you can download success or you can download knowledge. You know, it doesn't work like that. So I am exceedingly happy, Damali and Allen, that you have come this far. And please don't stop here. I know, Damali, we've held a lot of functions here. You've learned a few things. I can see how you've arranged. SCN has held a lot of things here. And I'm looking forward to having more and more of these and also participating. And then lastly, I would like to tell you guys as I leave, we have a huge problem that, of course, I didn't hear it being mentioned, but we have a huge problem of counterfeits, substandard products. Muzei, I heard you're in electricals. One of the most counterfeited products are the electronics and electricals. I don't know how you're dealing with it, but we have introduced, as a person who has been in this space for 2 decades, we have introduced a digital platform where you can report. If you buy a fake bulb, a fake radio, a fake cosmetic, you take a picture and post it on a platform called Bleep, B-L-E-E-P. It's now available on Google Play Store, soon to come on iOS. Why is it important to report? Because we are not reporting. You're seeing the fakes and you let it go. We have a subculture of fakes. When the report is made, then the concerned brand, NAM Enterprises, will be able to verify and say, HOC chafe, serial number CFA, packaging CFA, and then action can be taken. So I invite all of you to embrace this platform, use it to report so that we can all be safe. Otherwise, whatever estates we are building cannot be built on fakes because they will collapse. Thank you, Mr. Chimera. I beg to leave after this and wish you very nice deliberations, but Angela says she has an icebreaker. I don't know that she's going to. Okay, so allow me to leave, and thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Fred Muema. Let's get into the last panel. So the last panel discussion, the topic is strategic succession, practical tools for securing family and business legacy. This one is an expert panel discussion. I'm going to introduce the moderator, and he will invite his panel. To moderate our expert panel discussion, it's my pleasure to introduce Patrick Ngolove, Managing Partner and Founder of Africa Executive Leadership Solutions and Family Business Advisory. He has over 20 years of experience in leadership, business transformation, and family business consulting. He's a certified coach and family business advisor as well. He's passionate about helping businesses transition to family-owned entities, focusing on strategy and culture. And this makes him the ideal guide for this next conversation with our expert panel. Ladies and gentlemen, if you will, a round of applause to Patrick Ngolove. That clap can be louder. And he prefers to stand behind the podium and then interrogate our panel. Over to you, Patrick.
Thank you, Sam. Let's celebrate Sam. Good afternoon, colleagues. It's quite exciting to be having this conversation, especially at a time like this. I want you to tell your neighbor that I am in the right room at the right time, discussing the right topic. So go to your Twitter handle and talk about the Estate Planning Symposium in 1 minute. Arthur, go to your Twitter handle and post. All right. Okay. I've been reminded. Thank you, Council. So for the next about 30 minutes, we're going to have an expert conversation. And allow me to invite the distinguished panel members. Winnie Maingi. She's an estate planner working with ICEA Lion Trust Company. She's a thought leader in trust and family law, a qualified lawyer from the University of Nairobi. Let's put our hands together and welcome Winnie to the podium. Allow me to invite the next panel member this afternoon. This gentleman is a chartered financial planner with vast global experience. He previously worked with FedEx, Shell, both in Africa and outside Africa. He's a co-founder of Eaton Capital Enterprise, where they advise families and individuals on managing wealth. He's passionate about helping individuals, families, and businesses to secure better financial futures while safeguarding generation wealth. Let's put our hands together to invite Tony Mugisha. And the third panel member that we have this afternoon, she is a chief manager, supervision, and market conduct with the Uganda Retirement Benefits Regulatory Authority. She's been in UBRA for about 10 years. She holds a Bachelor's of Laws degree from Makerere University. She has an MBA from ESAMI. She's a certified professional coach, and she's a distinguished professional of a number of boards and training. Let's put our hands together to welcome Daisy Linda Nabakoza. And the fourth panel member is none other than my president, the master coach, the founder, Imagine Me Africa. They just celebrated 10 years yesterday, 11 years yesterday. My first president for the Coaching Federation in Uganda. We had so many masqueraders, fakes, counterfeits of coaches in this market. And so many years ago, we sat down and said, we need to weed them out. So if you're speaking to somebody, he says, I'm a coach, find out if they are known by the International Coach Federation of Uganda. If they are not, run. Take the picture and post on Blip. Let's put our hands together and welcome Joan Mugenzi. And the fifth panel member is commonly referred to as the headmaster. He's a manager of financial literacy at NSSF. He's a certified behavioral financial planner. He has worked in insurance. He has business interests in construction, transport, agriculture, and education. Let's put our hands together and welcome Apollo Mboa. Welcome. All right. So I'm going to start with Winnie. We started with a presentation from we started with a presentation from Damali, giving us insights into the estate planning. And just to confirm that you did not go to the wrong event, if you are hoping to attend a session of real estate, this is for estate planning. And then we had the keynote address from Dr. Muhumuza. And we have listened in to the conversation of Wechtiwa and the family. And so, Winnie, in 1 minute, what are your key takeaways from those 3 segments in as far as estate planning is concerned? You're a lawyer, but above all, you practice in trust management and setup across Africa. So in about a minute, you can just share what you picked up.
Habari. Thank you very much. Thank you, Tara Advocates. Thank you, ICA Lion. We are a brand that represents legacy. And we are a legacy of trust. So just landing here and seeing the room full makes my heart glad, because in this area of estate planning, getting people into the room is a real hard task. So congratulations to Tara Advocates. I'm so proud of the work that they're doing here, and I am hoping that as ICA Lion we can, pitch camp and help people navigate estate planning in an easier and smoother way. So I have key takeaways, and I noted them down, and I've been posting Tara Advocates if you check your socials. 1, from Damali and your counsel. In the legal space, we call each other fellow counsel, And in Kenya, a lot of people come with wakili, a quick one, yeah? They just want to ask you a random question. Estate planning, you don't have random questions. You have intentional questions. They hide either a fear or an anxiety or a consideration that someone is just mulling over in their minds. And we usually meet them at the point where the risk has materialized. So what Damali said to us was, yes, there are ways that the law in Uganda has been set up to help you or to help your family. It's not really to help you, because it will be you they're trying to sort for your family's sake. And my key takeaway from her is there are so many tools, from the family framework to a family charter to a trust to a power of attorney to a will, that have been handed to each and every individual in this room, that you're able to start one after another. It's not all in one consumption, it's one bite size after another. Wills are not as daunting as they are made to sound. They are documented instructions. So very well put, very simply put. From Dr. Ezra, simplifying what kind of wealth we are dealing with, real estate is just but one. We have so many other things, and that being your mind, your heart, the value, including your family. So breaking down the 2 types of wealth being tangible and intangible, and just saying correct now, because you will make all the people who come after you, who depend on you, have a fresh start, and that continues a cycle of poverty. We must learn from the people who've gone ahead of us. There's nothing new under the sun, and if it worked for them, it will work for you. The wealthy are not a unique breed of people. They are like you and me. They just had the intention of listening, applying what they have heard, and making it work for them. So try and make it work for yourself so that you're not constantly having to struggle. Struggle is not the emblem of the African child. And from the Namo family, wow. I wish you would be documenting what you've gone through, what you're going through, from your money mindset to how your family values are set up, to how your family business structure is being held up. Because as an estate planner, from the legal perspective, what we build is not seen, it's intangible. What we build is the words that you have in your mind set in place for it to apply. Now, in 10 years, 30 years from now, someone will imagine and assume the exact same thing you did because they can read it clearly as articulated in your documentation. So I took one thing, and I think that was from the MD, that it starts with a seed planted when you're really young. You may not be conscious of it, but when you become conscious of it, then you carry forward that intention. So congratulations again to the Namu family, and I hope that we can be bearers of similar nuggets of wisdom. Thank you, Patrick.
Wow. Thank you, Winnie, for those insights. Great, great nuggets. Let me ask Tony. So OHT was shared what they have been able to do with the NAM enterprise. You do advise over 200 family businesses across Africa. Just help us layer the tools that we can take advantage of as we walk this journey practically. So Damali did mention you need to make a will. And if you don't, somebody else will, right? The Administrator General will for you. So that's just one of the tools. What are other additional practical tools that you have deployed in these 210 family businesses?
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for Tara Advocate. You're doing a great job. And thank you for all the panelists and everyone that has presented. And I think specifically to the NAMU Enterprise family, I want to thank you for being as very transparent. One of the biggest challenges we have, not only in Uganda, but across Africa, is families being able to come out to share their story. Again, we work with very many families, but very few are willing to come out. Of course, the narrative is changing, and how does it change such conversations? Are able to start having such conversations. You see, when you talk about estate planning, and I'm grateful for the business, because it's the enterprise part of it, what the business is doing, that's the enterprise part of it. The biggest gap in most family businesses is the actual structuring. And actually structuring is the start of the actual, what we call a family enterprise or family-owned businesses. When you talk about estate planning, there are about six tiers. The first one is the asset transfer, because each and every one of us has some assets, or you will have some assets. We have something to give. It could either be assets or liabilities. You know, you have a choice, okay? So you can either give out assets or liabilities. And when we talk about the assets, because of the interest of time, the assets are only 5. Can either it's property, equities, bonds, commodities, and cash. Those are the only assets globally that in your lifetime you'll be able to acquire and also maybe bequeath if you wish to. Because again, it's a choice as well. But you see, when all those assets can actually be transferred, but that's only the first tier, which is asset transfer. And I'm glad that I think the family that was, I would like to use practical examples. I think the family has been able to handle that. Then the next one is retirement. Because one of the biggest challenges for family businesses is the creators of the businesses being able to let go. It's very, very difficult. Just this morning, I was having a conversation with one of the business owners, and he was complaining for things that, of course, for purposes of time, I want to be able to indulge in. But the ability to let go is very, very difficult. And I believe maybe which I didn't get enough time to talk about that, but it's a big struggle. And one of the things is you can't navigate it on your own, actually as family, because of the element of the emotional part of it. You actually need someone to be able to guide you on that journey. So the retirement part is how do we step back and how much control do we let go? That's the part of retirement. And not only for you as the owners of the business, but also the other part of the business. I'm glad Hamis has talked about it. He's planning to be a pilot. So it's fantastic that actually you're already talking about the transition. Then after the retirement part, there's the element of charity. Because we are all giving things. And for example, the family here, I would like to use actual examples. The family, you can actually tell it's an Islamic family. They have some values embedded in that. What's their desire in terms of the charity perspective? And what do they define as charity? Now, most of the cases, these are things that probably you would not navigate on your own. You need people to help you on that aspect, to give you options. Because at the end of the day, if you have options, it's easy for you to navigate that space. Now, after charity, there's a very big complex which is talked about and which leads to most of the biggest dispute, which is inheritance. Inheritance is a very big animal in terms of who participates. I think there was a question in terms of how do spouses participate in an estate. Who inherits what? Is it the firstborn? Is it the one that has the ability? Who goes in which business? Each family is totally unique. And how you structure it determines on very many dynamics. Today we have blended families, families that come together because of life happening. How do you integrate the element of estate planning into that? So inheritance is a very, very big, complex space. After inheritance, that's when you actually then go to taxation. Taxation is a big animal. In some markets, if you're not aware, inheritance is taxed close to 50% because it's income to you. So as you're doing that estate, have you factored in the element of taxation? And how is it going to be, of benefit to the estate, holistically? And then after that, that's when you talk about the wills, the trusts, and the holding companies, depending on the number of structures that you like to structure. Again, I said, families are totally unique. So with all those tools, depending on the dynamics of the family, you can actually be able to come up with a holistic financial, what we can call a holistic financial estate plan. Without that, you will actually do it in different clusters. Now, in that tier, there's an area that is handled by the lawyers. There's an area that is handled by the tax experts, because for a family, like some of the families we work for have investments in more than one country. How is the element of taxation handled? Yes, you could probably have a law firm that's actually handling that, but how do you actually address those other investments that you have in other jurisdictions? And then you need the financial planners, because the financial planners enable you to come from all the way down, design something that is customized to you, and then be able to take it to the tax expert if it requires a tax expert. These days, law firms actually have departments that do that, and then get the legal opinion, which is able to tie everything together in the legal perspective. The biggest gaps for families that we have today, it's not that we all don't desire to have family businesses, we desire, but the execution. I can tell you that very many in 10 family businesses, one, or in most cases even none, has a shareholders agreement. A shareholders agreement, someone would ask, why do we as families have to have a shareholders agreement? Because you've separated family and business. The element of shareholding then comes to play. And there are very many examples we can use. But I hope with that perspective, you're able to appreciate what the whole journey of financial planning and estate planning looks like.
Wow. So Tara, where did you find Tony? All right. You know, they asked Tony Avawa, right? I think, yeah. So Gonza, get his number. Make sure that we continue the conversation. So that's the tools that he has mentioned, and you can take advantage of any of the tools. You can grow. So don't overwhelm yourself and walk to Tara tomorrow and say, I've heard about inheritance and charity and retirement, and you want to do everything in a go. Take it in stride. Thank you so much, Tony. I would like now to turn to Apollo, the headmaster. Yes. Yeah, so Apollo, I did mention in his bio that he's a certified financial behavioral trainer or coach. So we've listened to planner. And we had the statistics earlier from Damali. The challenge in Uganda, we can only speak about the Madivani, and now we can see a bit of good resemblance going on with the Mulwana group and now NAM Enterprise, and then very ugly, stories about, the other families. What are some of those elements in the financial behavioral aspects that are holding us back to build multi-generational businesses practically? And you have dealt with the young, the old, the educated, the uneducated, street guys, and the guys in the room. What are some of those top 5 challenges that you have identified, and what practical solutions
can we walk away with?
Well, thank you. Just for full clarity, so behavioral financial planning is just part of financial planning. And as Tony has indicated, it's a whole box. In Uganda, we haven't appreciated financial planning. So you find that 56% of us go to our family, our family or relative or household member. So you have about 100 million, then you're asking your house girl, what can I do with this money? You're asking your brother, the brother you left in the village, I have some money. So there is a huge bit of not consulting. When you are sick, you go to the doctor. When you have money, you think you are the cleverest. So that is the aspect of now the brain is, just because I have 200 million with NSSF, I can make decisions on 200 million, but you have actually never handled 200 million. So that's the first thing that fails us. But to bring it to a nutshell, the financial, everyone's financial journey goes in 5 laps. I think we've had of these first 3, get money. All of us here are getting money, that's why we are here. This thing you paid for, so you get money. So we are talking to people with money. So getting money is the easiest thing. Keeping money now is another whole ball game. You tell people you are getting money, but put 10% here, put 10% here for future use. And then the ones who put at NSSF, they will come and tell you, you give me my money, I'm going to die tomorrow. Then you ask them, if you are going to die tomorrow, have you even done a will? No, but they are sure they are going to die. So keeping money is another different thing. Growing money, you can only grow money if you have kept. But to go to the part that interests this particular bit is sustainability. When money grows, it now needs to be sustained. Now, for this wealth journey, most of us concentrate on getting, sustaining. So your first paycheck, you go and get a salary loan, and you buy land and put it in your daughter's names. You are thinking of sustainability, but you have not even thought of growing. And this child, you are going to take them through school, an international school. You are sending them to Harvard. You are sending them to all those schools. And you have bought a plot in Chijabijo. And you are telling them after international school to come back to Chijabijo. It doesn't make sense. So you skip the process to go into sustainability. But also one thing, and I pick from Nam here, there is the bit of preparing children. We like preparing for them. We think sustainability is preparing for them. We never prepare them. Speaking to several persons, and I'm about to wind up. Speaking to several persons, I have gotten people's plans on how to get wealthy. And a dear friend of mine, his plan is just befriend the children of the persons who have businesses. That's the only way you're going to get rich. That's his way of getting rich. Why? Because he knows these persons have not prepared these children. The minute they die, I am going to come, you will see that guy coming to Bare, moving around, and you think, no, he's surveying the land. He's very sure this unprepared child, but prepared for, in the next 16 months, he's going to be calling him to sell him these things at pennies. They do not have value for these things. So the aspect of sustainability calls in for preparing your children. And then the last bit, which is the most juiciest on the wealth journey, is eat money. If you have gotten money, kept it, grown it, sustained it, eat money. Most of us are always getting money and eating money. We never take money through these bits. So right now you are eating your grandchildren's money. You have actually right now you have eaten yourself to the future, because you haven't gone through this. So when we start with these things of estate planning, you look at yourself and say, plan what? Allow me to wind up with these statistics. At NSSF, we probably have the cream of the nation. But in this room, how many of you have updated your details? People get to die. The fortunate thing we have with NSSF is only 2% of our membership die before they receive their benefits. But that 2% gives us the biggest headache. Because the day they die, the father is the first to come. And he says, I want my son's money. While the father is still there, then a friend comes with a child. This is the child, he wants his money. You look at the person's record. he has the girlfriend as the next of kin. And then the battle, while you are still there, then the wife comes, and then there is a battle in the own SSF offices. All that is happening because this person who was a banker, who was updating all this, has not taken this deliberate effort of planning their own estate. So we have a lot of confusion in there. So we pay about 2% of our members as survivors, and that takes the longest time because you have to establish, are they the true children? Who are the other children? Those other children you haven't declared. There is no will. Then when they go to Administrator General, they are fighting. After they are fought there, they come fight this side. Then they make alliances somewhere. It becomes all a mix-up. But to wind this down, while you're getting your money, keep your money. While you're keeping your money, grow it. Sustainability fails almost 90% of the persons who have reached the point of growth of money. And that's why you are not eating money favorably.
No wonder Hajat looks 20 years old. I think they're eating money now. They're eating money. Mama Tumulava, you are now at the stage of eating money. Yes, so Headmaster, you raised very interesting challenges and realities. And I would like now to speak to Daisy, wearing your hat as a compliance champion and a regulator, but also a Ugandan. You know our chaos and some of the things that, Apollo has spoken through. What provisions do we have from a regulatory perspective that can support us to be able to transition? So if I'm a member of a retirement benefit scheme with ICEA, Lion Trust, what framework can I pick from WUBRA to support me transition this to junior and deal with those hurdles that Apollo has mentioned?
All right, thank you. And good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
So as a regulator, of course, there's lots of framework in place, and not just with UBRA, with other financial sector regulators that have put frameworks in place to support each and every one of us. And I think even as we talk about family business, we can borrow from some of those frameworks to really streamline how we are doing business. Who is in charge of what? Owechitiwa talked about separating roles. Who is in charge of what in your... So even in the retirement space, the regulatory framework has provided for that separation of roles. Yeah? You have a scheme, ICA scheme, since ICA is in the room. You have an ICA scheme. It will have an administrator. It will have a custodian. It will have a fund manager. So at each of these people are bringing on board their professional expertise. As Apollo has said, many of us, we assume that we are great at managing our business, and you want to be everything. You want to be the head of HR, you want to be the person disbursing, you're also the one in charge of the home, and I think it's that time when you need to now let someone else do that for you. So there's that framework that allows that you can seek the professional services of these technically trained and, professional experts, that they give you that guidance, be it in establishing a trust. For many people, you think that I won't sit with my husband. For us women, as Apollo has said, your husband is your key financial advisor until things collapse, and then you realize that I could have gone to Tara Advocates, I could have gone to ICEA and saved this money through a process that is already regulated. In our regulatory framework, we also have things as basic as nominating beneficiaries. Apollo is talking about updating our records. And I saw like only 2 people even interested in that statement, because many of us, especially the elite, we don't want to hear of it. We have had schemes where the members have categorically stated, hey, I'll die. When I die, they will sort themselves. So it means that you're going to fall in that 2%. The Lord calls you today, and then your kids are suffering with friends, with uncles, and yet you actually had a whole 20-year working lifespan. So the framework has allowed that you can actually nominate your beneficiaries to be able to support also the ICAs who are managing your money to hand over effectively. Otherwise, there is no position anyway for the people you leave behind. Then in the regulatory framework, there's also provision of different products. And I think NSSF has picked on those products. The private pension funds have also picked up on those products. What this means is, must I go and get my 500 million from NSSF at once? I've never handled 50 million, but I want to go and get 500. And in that moment, I will remember that there's a hotel room at Protea where I need to spend a night. There's lots of things that people do. But also the people that Apollo is talking about are lurking around and waiting. You have received your 500 million, and then they start advising you. Yeah? NAM is selling their asset. Can you buy it? They've not even started selling, but someone is telling you they are selling, and you jump on that. And someone starts, in that process, you lose it all. So the framework has allowed that you can now hinge on products that are in the market to help you manage, but also sustain. This 500 million should take you through, a period of time. Statistics are showing us that post-retirement, and retirement here we're looking at 60. Post-retirement, we're living for another 18 years on average. Yes. But what Apollo hasn't told you, I don't know if they said that at the start, almost 95% of the savers in NSSF have less than 50 million shillings. What is 50 million shillings going to do for you and I for 18 good years? So we need to rely on these frameworks, we need to rely on the professionals, but also you have a regulator or regulators that are looking out for you. Be it in banking, be it in the retirement space, be it in the SACCO space, be it in insurance. There is a regulator with a whole team of people that their only job is to make sure that your 500 million does not reduce, it simply increases. Take advantage of those opportunities that are already there. I thank you, Patrick.
Thank you so much, Daisy. Yes, the framework is available, segregation of roles and responsibilities. So it gives me comfort that actually if I put my money in ICA, there's a regulator. He's regulated. If they mess up, they get delicensed. You send them to Luzira maybe. There's an administrator, custodian, a fund manager, and the trustees. And their interest is to grow my money, as Apollo said. Then I can eat the money. Let me turn to Coach Joan. As a master coach, one of the things that you grapple with is to help your clients to deal with the unsaid things. And I think it was Winnie that talked about that. By the time we go to consult, things have already gone bad. There are some underlying issues that we have not resolved. How can you step in this space to support us while at work, like in NAM Enterprise, to use coaching to support us to build wealth in fulfillment of our legacy?
Thank you, Patrick, and happy to be back on stage. It's not even about stepping into that space. As Imagine Me Africa, yes, yesterday we made 11 years. We are already in that space. And it is not something that we just dream up. It is both embedded within our mandate and our vision. Our mandate as an organization is to design, and by the way, that's where for me the excitement comes in, is to design employment transition programs, processes, and tools that will enable people land on the other side safer. But also our vision is a world where everybody retires or transitions into a fulfilling, productive life. What does that mean? People must sit and have conversations and begin painting those pictures for themselves. In the morning, I was talking to Senior Counsel Mwema, and I was trying to explain what we do in that coaching space. And I think these are conversations that we need to have. I must say that we are beginning to see the embracing of these conversations, and I'm sure that's why Damali and Alan have me here. We've partnered a lot with Tara Advocates. as our legal arm in terms of delivering conversations when we are busy talking about retirement planning or post-employment. Because, retirement is the ideal, that you will reach 60 and everything is okay. But USID happened. Today is 15th. Today is the last day for people who are working with the US mission to step on those grounds. They are going into administrative leave, and come August, no jobs. So those people were very comfortable. The best place to work where, you don't pay tax. That is how they operate. It was a government within a government, so they are not paying tax. So even the jobs that they have been working on, the world that they've been working with and operating in doesn't exist. They are coming this way to begin grappling with things that are non-existent. But also, for us in that space, one of the things that we've been advocating is starting these conversations earlier. Because what would happen in the past, like the observation that we've made over a decade, what would happen, people would come in and say, oh, we have our people that are retiring next month. And then you're thinking, so you're calling me in to come and talk to these people, and then what? You're just going to traumatize them. Okay? They already know. So you're traumatizing them, and that's why I also want to celebrate our client, NSSF. Yeah, they are big up there. We are also this other side, but they've also engaged us to support them on that journey. But what has been modeled by NSSF, for example, they have brought down the age at which they begin preparing people for retirement to about 40. So you can imagine that when they begin preparing you at 40, you still have another 20 years, and you can have 5-year cycles. For those of you who do project management, you know that evaluations are only meaningful when you have invested at least 5 years. Because you don't come in today and you say, hey, ICEA, I have put money with you, and I'm coming to check at the end of 6 months, how is my interest doing? You're not going to be able to see that difference. Maybe it will even be very frustrating. What is the call here? We need to engage and have meaningful conversations. One of the things that I'm very passionate about, and yesterday when we marked 11 years, is the thing that we are now talking about. We are now talking about workplace coaching so that these conversations can be ongoing. There is no reason, absolutely no reason why coaching should be exclusive to the C-suite, exclusive to the executives. But those are the people that they put money aside for, and for good reason. It's not every day that somebody would say, come and then pay $300, $500 for a session of 30 minutes, because that's coaching. It is what it is. Nobody can afford that for everybody. And so they begin to think, who are the thinkers for our organization? And the thinkers are the C-suite, essentially. But everyone that you have brought around the table is able to think. So what we are now advocating as Imagine Me Africa is to say, give us the managers, give us the leaders, let us equip them so that on a daily basis when they are having conversations with their staff, these are ongoing conversations that they'll be able to elicit, because then if you have managers, like again NSSF, what NSSF has done, the entire middle management layer has been equipped as coaches, their leaders as coach. What does that mean? They're having meaningful conversations internally. Now, if an organization like NSSF that is keeping our trillions, and I hope you're not in that statistic of the 50 million will not help you last, I don't know how many months you will live into that. And so now what we are looking at is to say, let's have those conversations going so that when your manager or a leader is having a conversation with their supervisee, they're going to be able to check in. How are you doing? Because these conversations are beyond, Patrick, you're an HR professional. These conversations are beyond your KPIs. These conversations are beyond the dashboard. They are the conversations that show that you care. A recent study that was done is showing that the Gen Zs, the only thing that they care about now in leadership is somebody who is compassionate, who has empathy, who is offering them hope. Now, if they are looking for compassion, and they're looking for hope, and they're looking for empathy, and for you, you're busy looking at the dashboard, there's already a disconnect. So I think let's have the coaching conversations going, and we'll be able to have conversations that would even touch the beliefs and fears that people have about retirement planning and estate planning.
Super. Let's celebrate John. Thank you for the insight. So you need to have meaningful conversations, and the time to have those conversations is now, today. Schedule, don't wish it away. Make sure that you become intentional. I'm just going to use an additional 3 minutes. Let me ask Winnie. So as ICA Lion Trust, what options do I have that I can tap in to help me begin to build? You know, Apollo said, do what? Get, then grow. Yeah, what are those? Yeah, get, keep, then grow, and then sustain, and then eat. Yeah, so in a nutshell, just in under 1 minute, what are those tools that you have that we can begin to have a conversation with to build generational wealth? We are not going to eat our wealth and leave our children to hustle. We must be able to have a platform.
Okay, so thank you very much. And I wish to coin an acronym. I'm just yet to get one. But your job is to get the money. Our job is to help you keep it, grow it, sustain it, and eat it. As I say, Lion, we will not eat your money. We will make sure you eat it, and anyone else who depends on you eats it in a sustainable manner. Okay? So how do you learn to grow? How do you learn to keep your money? You learn by saving. So one saving platform that we have is in terms of whether you want to take out an endowment policy, because it is a discipline tool. If you were to be given, and I want to randomly convert from Kenya shillings, because in Kenya we work with 10,000 shillings a month. If you have 10,000 shillings, roughly converted to 300,000 a month, what are you doing with it? You can have one of two choices. Either you go out and eat it, and you forget about it, or you take out a tool that will help you save it, and you'll meet it later. Okay? So most of our endowment policies run between 8 to 15 years. You're able to keep as low as 300,000. I dare even say half of that in an endowment policy that will be growing. Okay? So the money has two components. You're saving, so that's keeping it, and you're growing it because a part of that money is invested and earning an interest, and you're sustaining it, because if you were not to meet your policy at the end of its term, someone will benefit from it because it exists, you kept it, and it has been invested, meaning it has grown and sustained well enough not to dissipate. You know, you can keep money under your mattresses, which is where we learned our forefathers were keeping their monies in their houses, right? But now you have a tool that will enable you to nominate your beneficiary. And African moms, we do this a lot. I know I do that to my children a lot. Please hear ye. Nominate your beneficiaries, because even as a trustee, we are not able to cure all the arguments in your family. Your family will come in with all the nuances of, I depended on them more, I have more interest, I have a bigger stake. Update your nomination form, and this includes your endowment policies, because you can nominate a person, and here is where now we come in, again, for sustenance and eating. We do have the option of setting up a trust over funds or over other assets, where we, seated as a trustee, can make sure the funds that you've kept are growing. They're able to be sustained, meaning if you now receive the maturity of that sum, you can receive it in a trust fund account that continues growing it, meaning it's reinvested, and you are now eating it in a sustainable manner. That is for endowment policies. We also have an option of you saving into your retirement, which is, it's wonderful. I should challenge our regulator to kind of force us into saving, because our NSSF does not work in a similar fashion to your NSSF. Yes, they have the same concept, but we mostly save the percentages in optional out of NSSF schemes. But the same narrative is, should I retire? Where will my lump sum go? Do you want to receive it when you're 60 and then you spend it on land, you spend it on a new venture that you've not experienced in your 40-year career. You've not experienced running a business, for instance. So if you're given that lump sum, what are you going to do with it? It's easier for that lump sum to be received again in a trust fund that allows you to experiment with yourself, with your new retired position in a more productive state. Isn't that what the coaches are they're enlightening us, that you should be seeking to be productive. You are who you are now, and you're the income generating asset. As you move into your sunset years, other people are coming behind you, and they will now be the income earners. You will need to be the fruit eater, okay? How will you eat your fruit? Will you try you can be scammed very easily out of your retirement money. You can place it in a trust fund that then reinvests it and pays out to you periodically and allows you to say what they're paying out to you, how much they should pay to you. Because again, if you start at 40 to calculate all the expenses that you have today, in 20 years, those expenses will either have stayed status quo or have grown. And a higher likely is they'll have grown. Whether you're paying your rent, you're paying your utility bills, you're paying through your way of life. And we don't want to meet ourselves when we're 65 and you are wondering where to get money to pay for your phone bill. You're wondering where to get money to attend your friends' children's weddings. You'd like to gift them, but there's no money. So the risk in retirement is liquidity. And liquidity needs to be protected for as long as possible. So if you don't choose to pay into a trust fund, you can purchase an annuity. And an annuity, similar fashion, it's like buying a salary. And there's this myth where I come from, that business owners don't get regular income, so how can you propose a regular income in retirement? It is just one income option. If you're saving towards retirement, you're also perhaps generating more income for investment. The retirement income should have a plan. What's your plan with it? If you're purchasing an annuity, you're purchasing not only that income and a guaranteed income stream at that, but you're also purchasing a future safety for your children, because the annuity can go to you forever, for as long as you're alive, and then it can also go to your family should you pass away and there's some need for liquidity. So the danger, and I'm so glad it has been mentioned here, that you have parents who are working so hard, planning out for their children, but they don't plan to live without their children. Your children are your retirement plan if you're not planning for your own retirement. And then 2, they don't plan for their children's future lifestyle. If your children don't choose to come back home, that land that you bought, whether you bought it through your blood, sweat, and tears, will not see the value of that day, because they will not realize why they need to deal with it, why they need to go through a bureaucratic process to get a hold of it. And maybe they won't realize also how to grow its value. So protecting your income looks like protect your liquidity for when you're not able to actively engage in a form of productive work, and also protect it through someone who can pay to you and pay to your next of kin or your dependents without needing a court process or an administrative bureaucratic process. So that is the role of ICA Lion Trust. We offer trusteeship services and also offer guidance depending on how much you want, how much you need, and how much you have. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Winnie. Thank you so much, Winnie. I would like to, we've run out of time. Sam had committed that he will keep us up to 1. My clock says it's 1 o'clock. Would have loved to continue with the conversation. So I'd like us to put our hands together and celebrate our panel members. But before you step off the stage, yeah, surely learning has taken place. And I think it would be unfair not to get 1 or 2, 3, 4 questions from, or insights, key takeaways. What are you going to do, or what are you taking away from this conversation? Thank you.
All right, I'd like to hear 3 or 4 key insights from what we've just had as our expert panel discussion. Yes, make it quick so that we can hear from many.
My name is Isaac. Yes, my name is Isaac. Since we are talking family-run businesses, I would want to hear from the gentleman from NSSF. They seem to have a package that targets an ordinary person without a career like mine and yours, and they want them on board. He needs to enlighten us on that.
All right, thank you so much, Isaac. Moving closer to the back and in the middle. An insight or thoughts are still sinking? Okay, there you go. Your name and your insight or question.
Hey, good afternoon. My name is Victor Mulindi. I'm a managing partner at K&K Advocates LLP in Kenya. Greetings from Nairobi. Yes, I think when Damali invited me last week, I said I'm going to put everything aside because this is something that I'm very passionate about. I said I'll come and share the conversation. And what I like from today's conversation is that we must start normalizing speaking about estate planning, because if we understand the holistic, and I like what Mugisha said, the holistic financial estate planning, if we start understanding what it is and we start implementing it, then it actually changes our economic outlook as a nation and as a continent. Because the same stories that I'm hearing today from Damali's presentation, from the panelist presentation, is the same stories that we hear back at home. It's the same stories. We don't like talking about estate planning. We don't like talking about the afterlife. Yet the statistics show that a lot of money is wasted, a lot of wealth is wasted from generation to generation. When you look at statistics, most companies in Africa, actually in Kenya, are family-owned. Only 10 to 15% of them are able to pass that business to the 3rd generation. Can you imagine? So what happens to all the rest of them? And then I like that quote by the gentleman, I think it's Dr. Yes, that cyclic poverty is caused by every generation having a fresh start. We need to end that so that now we are able to pass generation from generation. We need to pass that wealth. And that is why the first world nations are growing very well. They're doing very well because they have passed on wealth from generation to generation. So let's normalize talking about these things. Let's talk about it over and over again until it becomes normal to plan in advance. Not when there is an issue, but to plan in advance. And I'm happy for the collaboration that is happening. I think I'm going to take the initiative to do something like this back at home. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you, Alan and Damali, for inspiring all this amazing change. Quick submissions, insight or question?
Insight. First of all, thank you very much for this initiative, Tara Advocates. My name is Adnan Bumba. I'm the son to the mentor, the one we were talking about. It was very humbling to hear from a family I know very well, a family to emulate, and I thought I knew them, but I've learned a lot today. But that was a very good experience. My takeaway from today is estate planning has been demystified. It's always been estate planning is making a will before you die. That's why I've not yet, estate planned. But looking at this, these gentlemen are telling us, and these very wonderful ladies are telling us, you don't need to be 60 to start planning for this. In your early ages, you can start doing things like getting unit trusts, seeing how to invest your money, and then the planning comes in because, like they said, you're not going to plan for what you don't have. So they are showing us that they can walk the journey with us who are keeping money in our pillows, in our spare tires. They're showing us that we can put our money here. They plan it for us like this, and then it's made of use to our people after we leave in an organized manner. I think Damali and and Alan, this needs to be blown out. I think if there are any regulators, this should be made mandatory because so many people are in a mess and the mess is growing because of lack of this knowledge. I don't know how big you'll make next year's symposium like, but this was very, very insightful. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Amazing insights. Down here, your name and your contribution.
My name is Harriet Muonge. Great insights, too many lessons. Something stands out for me. First of all, as Damali was presenting, especially about the myths. So all these presentations are fantastic. The solutions, what we should do, especially some of us in here who are elite. But the question that is lingering in my mind is, how do we cascade or how do we demystify those myths that Damali talked about? Because if they are demystified, people would just walk into any law firm like a rural-urban migration. Just like they are doing these days, if you have heard of unit trust, it's like a song. I'm investing, sold. So how do we, as participants in this workshop this morning, create a ripple effect in our families, in our investment clubs, in our churches, wherever, to demystify those myths? That's one. Two, there's also an issue of lawyers. Some of you are here, but you actually fear those people with their wigs, with their, robes, and the cost. Sometimes the language is technical, so we shudder from approaching them. So even as we demystify the issues about asset planning, there's also an issue of approaching a one Tara or a one Damali. So I think there's a lot of work that we need to do, us who have come here to become the advocates of estate planning. And I want to implore us to make a difference in the lives of the people we are in to create that ripple effect. Don't learn alone, but make it add value. I thank you.
Thank you so much. And on the, okay, can we take two more? And on the matter of demystifying, you do have an option today if you've found this all intriguing. Legacy planning doesn't have to be something you do alone. So you can sign up, just register. You have a card on your table, sign up using the the QR code or just the physical one. Just write your name, your contact. Let us know when you'd like to have a 30-minute conversation, and Tara Advocates can help you, to borrow a word, demystify what this looks like. Two more people, and then we will start landing our plane.
Thank you so much. I want to thank all the organizers, Damal and Allen. Thank you so much for this, and all the people who have spoken. My name is Michael Matovu. I work with RCA. One thing I want to talk about is many people have said, of course, estate planning is very hard, and many people don't want to talk about it. That's the fact. And actually, it has come like many people, even in their beliefs, they think, I'm going to be here. Why am I have to plan a lot of things? But remember, even God has planned it for us. And he has said, if you die, he has promised, if you die, there is heaven or Jannah, right? So if God is planning for us to have Jannah, if things go worse, what about us? What about us planning and also make sure that we make it a point that we can even spread this information to everyone that's out there. Some of your friends, your family members have not gotten this chance to be here. But you're going to sit with that information where you're going or where you be and keep it for you. I employ everyone here with a request that let's spread this information to everyone possible. If you have planned already, there is your neighbor, your friend, your brother who has not planned anything. So God bless you.
Thank you so much. I have one more slot at the back. Okay, fantastic. Please make it quick, your name and your submission, and then we'll continue to land this plane.
My name is Amon. Yeah, so my key takeaway is I've learned that the cost of dying without a will is so high, and dying interstate, they called it interstate. Yeah, so I will just need Damali maybe to expound on that idea, maybe to share the slide so that we can learn more. And also, for me, since Harriet is saying that we approaching the lawyers is a little bit, hard. The only law firm that we know here is Tara Advocates, so let's give them referrals. Thank you.
Very nice. Thank you so much. At this point, Patrick, I'll hand back to you to close off on our panel, and then we'll land together. Oh, sorry. I have your microphone.
Yeah, so we've run out of time, so I'm going to give each panel member 1 minute, just 1 minute. But as you do make your final comments, I am going to Daisy will speak. As you make your final comments, you'll speak about how do we demystify. Are we doing enough? Are we telling people that the safeguards are actually there? So what we fear is actually not there. So you need to speak through that. And then the aspect of the services, Tony, just to re-emphasize that. So lawyers, tax planners, and advisors. So each one of us in 1 minute, what are you telling us to walk away with from this symposium? I'll start with Coach John.
Thank you, Patrick. I'm going to come in from a coaching perspective. For those of you who have training programs, especially when we talk about things like financial literacy, when we talk about how we are supporting people in the workplace, let us embody coaching. Let's become champions for coaching, because all we are saying is when we equip your managers, when we equip your leaders with the coaching skills, then these conversations are going to begin early. As soon as somebody walks into the organization, they should be able to have a conversation that supports them to think about the future. That would be my parting shot.
Thank you, John. So let's integrate workplace coaching from day one. Let's not wait for age 40. Winnie?
Thank you very much. And now that I'm not based in Kampala, maybe I'll talk to Anne. My colleagues and my counterparts from ICA Lion, you can wave as I say this. You can approach any person from ICA Lion, and I want to remind you, it is also a family-owned business. Yes, it is a Pan-African insurer, but it is, at the helm of it, is a family that sits with their own values, with their own interest, and they put their customers first. So when they want to train you on how to build your family business generation to generation, you can trust us with that conversation, and we would very much be happy to partner with Tara Advocates and any person who would love to receive the counsel of how do you put all of this in one pot? How do you put everything under a trust? How do I make sure my will falls into the trust? Contact anyone here, and I will leave you with, if you live well, and by staying alive, we want to live well, eat healthy, exercise, and sleep well, it will mean that you will also live well, because it is guaranteed. We were told here by Mzef, we will all die. So it's better to leave a legacy that you are a trusted human being, and that your grandchildren and your great-grandchildren will live saying, we are in school because our grandfather, grandmother made a perfect decision. So trust us and entrust yourself to make a plan.
Thank you, Winnie. Thank you, Winnie, for those insights. Yeah, so let's take advantage. You could produce the next ICA across Africa. This is a family-owned business from generation to generation. Tony, parting shots, the tools, the framework. Yeah. Yeah.
I think also I think the key takeaway for those that are listening here, I want to talk about a key gap that I think I've been able to see lately, working with different families. There's an element of generational differences. And it's very key in family businesses. As a family business owner, it's very important for you to appreciate those differences. Not that the generation that is coming will not appreciate the assets you think are very important to you, but that doesn't mean that they are not as skilled as you are. So the ability to think and engage them at the same level. People think that family businesses, it should be structured by the owner. It's actually a collective effort. You actually need the beneficiaries to take part. If you're going to do it on your own, you're chartering very uncharted waters. But I think we have a choice. The tools are available, and I'm glad we have the regulators here. Today you have annuities, you have unit trusts, you have income protection plans, you have very many instruments. And guess what? You can't walk alone. There are many people who, like they've shared with you within the room, and as Aton Capital, still we are glad to partner with Tara and be able to support you as you make onto this amazing journey of family business. Thank you.
Okay. My parting shots really, and also tying into what tools we have in place really to support us. I think everyone is doing their part, but the key things that really I take away, but I also give everywhere I go, are two. One is planning, planning, planning. Even as you were coming here, you had to plan your route. When you were going to get married, you had to plan that, you know? So even estate planning and retirement planning fall within that same sphere of planning, because you can't do it in one day. So planning, planning, planning. And lastly, using professionals. We don't need to feel like we can do it all alone. There are people who are there to support us. So on that note, I want to first advise our participants. In your various institutions, did you know you can get free retirement planning and literacy sessions from NSSF? Did you know that? Did you know you could call UBRA and just tell them, we have a team of people here, come and talk about this retirement thing, and they'll do it for free, for as long as you are contributing to NSSF. Yes, if your institution is contributing to NSSF, call Apollo and tell him on Thursday next week, can you send a team or a person to come and talk to our staff so that we play it forward. If you can't approach Apollo, reach out to me. Reach out to UBRA, because together we do this to make sure that everyone out there, be it farmer, be it some border group somewhere, you simply need to reach out and you will get this information laid out to you. So use the professionals. They are there to serve us and to support us. Thank you.
I think mine is under a minute. Reframe your mind. I've just asking the MC to read part of my profile. You left out something. But in my profile, family, I make sure that family is part of it. Because family is where you come from, it's where you return. So every day I'm programming my mind to understand that I have a family. And if I have a family, in my plans, it has to be in. So that stretches into your estate planning. It's not an event, it's a lifestyle. So reframe your mind and understand that these people who come from you, it's not your problem that you came from a bad background, but it's entirely your fault if a poor background comes from you. So reframe yourself and start planning for them. For the gentleman, Smart Life, I'll be approaching you, but NSSF has opened up for anyone who's willing and is grown up enough to make a decision over their own money and send 5,000 to grow for themselves. You can register. There will be a code put here at some time, and then, or you can reach us, or we'll receive it in your emails. It's just for you to continue growing your money. As I part, refrain your mind and understand where you come from. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Apollo. Let's give him a big round of applause. And let's celebrate the panel as we step off the podium. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your insights. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for those insights. And a big thank you to the team at Tara for the work that you have done. Thank you so much. As I hand over to Sam, yes, I want to remind us, when Noah built the ark, it was not raining. It wasn't. So start now. Have a wonderful afternoon.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Patrick. Amazing, amazing. I'm going to increase the speed a little bit because we see the runway, all right? At this point, without further ado, I want to, first of all, appreciate you. Thank you for your time, for your energy, and for your attention. Kindly clap for yourselves. The other thing is, when we do similar events, usually by 11, 12, you know what happens, right? You do, eh? The room starts getting emptier and people find their keys and then they get a phone call and then somehow by this time you have no one in the room. What I appreciate is that you are here. That tells us this conversation is very pertinent to who you are. I want to appreciate you for staying the extra mile. Please clap for yourselves. And next, without any further ado, I want to invite Damali and Alan to give a note of thanks, and they also have some special people that they want to appreciate. So, Damali, and then after that, we will be, yes, there is a cake. We are going to cut that cake. We have to eat that cake. But for now, Damali. Applause, please.
A round of applause for the MC. We're here to say thank you very much. First, for us is to give honor to God Almighty for making this day happen. Yeah? We started planning this thing 3 weeks ago, that we have a full house. We had more than 140 people in this room. It's glory to Him. We also want to thank everyone for paying, for coming, and for staying. But we have special thank yous to make. Our sponsors, in the interest of time, allow me not to mention, but ICA, our gold sponsor, will give you that honor, and Old Mutual and all the other sponsors. We really appreciate your support. I would like to thank BNI family. BNI, yes. What would life be without you? BNI works. Thank you. East African Roofings, a special thank you for getting us the keynote speaker. Haj and Hajat. I've been checking the comments and we are saying we are so delighted they were in the room. Thank you so much for sharing. And may Allah bless you. Would also like to thank the speakers. You did a great job. Can we clap for the speakers? We have a friend, Victor, came from Nairobi. We do a lot of work with them in Nairobi, that he traveled all the way to come here. We appreciate you, Victor. Our moderators, you are incredible. So Joan and Patrick are not just moderators. For Tara, they are ambassadors. They are our patrons. We thank you for the role you keep playing, and we don't take it for granted, so thank you. The organizing committee, not to mention, but special mention to Mercy, Angel, and Doreen, and the Tara team. Thank you so much for making this possible. Without you, the room would be empty. Of course, the call to action. I don't know if you've already taken advantage of the offer. Please sign up so that we have this engagement. Next year, we'll be having another one on this very date. Please mark your calendars. We don't know where we'll be, but most definitely we'll continue this conversation, and we plan to have master classes along the way. So that said, we'd like to thank you once again for coming to the Tara Estate Planning Symposium, and I hope that we put into action everything that we have learned. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Damali. And now I'm going to read a list of, there's people who are receiving gifts. Check with your neighbor, ask them if. No, let me move ahead. So I'm going to be reading some, and I'd like, so we'll be right in the middle here, Alan and Damali. Starting off with Hajat Nuru Mukasa, a special gift. To the middle here, yes. Mr. Cameraman, you know what to do. Thank you so much. Hajat Tuyanzanyo, thank you so much for the work you've done. Very good. Of course, with her bodyguard, Haj Nancy Mukasa, OHT. Wow. Amazing. All right. And the man of all seasons, Hamis. the definition of manhood. We really got to know about you today. All right. Hamis Mukasa, Sewa, good day. We want to appreciate you. I love how this family works. They're discussing how to put this, even in the gifts, there's a planning aspect. See, mami, it's amazing to see. Allow me to just mention how much Haji loves his wife. Eh? Are you seeing? He doesn't have to say anything. It's a body language. When I grow up. Thank you so much. Kakati nawe jango fune chicho. Okay. We want to appreciate you. Thank you so much for the work you do. Mr. MD, Amis, thank you for inspiring us and showing us an example of what this could possibly look like for us. Thank you. And in now quick succession, I'd like to, our keynote is not present, but in his absence, I think Dr. Ezra also stepped away. But let me skip and move to our moderators, Joan, Mugenzi, and Patrick. Yes, and I'd also like to have a representative to receive our keynote speaker's gift, Mr. Deo Kayemba's gift, a representative from East African Roofings. If you could step forward. But for now, Joan, thank you so much for the work you've done today. We appreciate you as Tara advocates. Okay, there you go. We'll keep going, and at the end, I'll have some thunderous applause, right? Okay, very good, thank you. Thank you, Joan. Mr. Patrick Ngolove, we appreciate you as Tara advocates. Please step forward. And following Daisy, where's Daisy? Daisy Linda. Oh, there you are, yes. Please, Daisy Linda Navakoza. Fantastic. Thank you so much for your input today and for your relationship with us as Tara advocates. You also smile as we take pictures. Yes. Thank you. All right, Daisy, please step forward. Tell your neighbor your name is next. Thank you so much, Daisy. We appreciate you as Tara advocates. Next is Winnie Maingi. Winnie, yes, there you are. Please step forward. Apollo, please step forward. And okay, oh yes, right after Winnie, yes, thank you. We have a representative from East African Roofings, but first, Winnie, thank you so much for being here and for your input in today's conversation. Thank you so much. A representative from the East African Roofings on behalf of our keynote speaker. There you go. Thank you so much. Please send our love and appreciation and let Mr. Deo know he was well represented, and we certainly appreciate that keynote. Dr. Ezra did a fantastic job as well. All right, and the last two, well, there's a few more. Mr. Apollo, yes, Mr. Headmaster. And if you, before he runs through those doors, make sure you tackle him. He has many solutions for us on behalf of NSSF. All right, and now we have Tony oh, picture? Oh, sorry. One, yes. Picture, Damali, one more. Yes, there you go. Tony Mugisha. Round of applause for him as he comes forward. There you go. Thank you so much for today and for all the work that you're doing, even with Tara Advocates. Fantastic. There's special people who we want to appreciate, and we're not handing certificates for these ones, but we really want to appreciate. We could not mention them. And these are the people who paid first for today's event. Where's Prima? Did she step out? And then Jaffa? Hey, there you are. Please, let's appreciate. Every organization needs champions, and when you host people like this, oh, sorry about that. When you host people like this, the first people that come through remind you this is the proof of concept that this is important. And we are hoping that everyone in the room can learn from you. Thank you so much. And now these are some of the organizers. Doreen, in quick succession, I want you to run forward so we can see you. I know that all these people love to be in the background, but I'm forcing you forward. Mercy, yes, there you are. Let's give them a round of applause. Mercy, Angel, Doreen, and this next name you clap very much. Sam Chimera. Yeah. But Mercy is going to be receiving a thank you on behalf of that team. Mercy and Angel are here. Thank you so much so all the work that was behind the scenes, that's this group of people. So let's appreciate them. And I love the sentiment that we definitely want to do this again next year. Oh, first wait, Damari, first wait. Okay. I'm over talking. Hey, you people. My name is also okay. Fantastic. All right. Thank you so much. Okay, so the next thing we're going to do is cut cake. Are you ready for that? All right, we have some certificates for our sponsors. Then we'll cut cake. So, ICA, please step forward. Your representative from ICA. Yes, there you go. I love the communication. It's like no words, but you guys just look at each other across 3 tables. There's a nod, and all of a sudden, we just know. You clearly have some estate planning happening. Huh? No need for words. Okay? There you go. Thank you so much for your sponsorship. Let's appreciate ICA. Let's appreciate next ACN, Anti-Counterfeit Network, representative from the team. Yes, please step forward. Thank you so much. Mr. DJ, God bless you. On behalf of ACN, thank you so much. And third is Old Mutual. We want to appreciate you and your support. Thank you so much. Super passionate. Thank you for the work you do. There you go. Next is Apt Media. Please step forward. A representative from Apt Media. Apt Media. There you go. Round of applause, round of applause. Behind the scenes, running up and down, making sure everything is well. Please stand in the middle. We take a picture. Hi. Hey, that's much better. Thank you. All right. NSSF, representation from NSSF. Thank you. Mr. Headmaster is back. Thank you, Apollo. Very good. It takes a lot to put an event like this together, and when you get partners and friends in organizations, it's an amazing thing. So thank you so much for your partnership. All right. 3 more. IoTech as a certificate for you. Okay, they may have stepped out. Let's move to Pixar. Yes, please step forward. Just so you know, as Pixar comes, for all those who registered and you'd like a 30-minute consult, we'll use that communication, the contacts you have, to send you a link that has the slides from today's presentation, but also some of the pictures and clips that we've been sharing. So if you want that, please go ahead and register. As they take that picture, I'll also mention that you can download their app, Pixar, and download and access all the materials from today. Now, lastly, CEO Magazine. CEO Magazine not here, but we want to say, even as they're not here, thank you so, so much for today. Now, the thunderous round of applause. Let's give everyone who has sponsored a big, big round of applause. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And I think at this point, we're ready to cut cake, yes? Okay, we're ready. But before we cut cake, there's always two things before the thing. One, can you see that art piece there? By yours truly, Master Ntaki. And it shows 3 generations. You see an eagle flying. That's where we are going. This is where we are, but we can find our way into that sunlight and not worry about the past. Would you agree? Kindly give him a round of applause. And if you want to reach out to him, he'll be just by the painting. There's markers. Damali and Allen, I'd like you to lead. Please receive a marker and sign on that picture. I'll also invite our panelists to go ahead and sign on that picture, and then we'll cut this cake. There's lots of space. The idea with this kind of art is that you sign across it. So we're going to fill it with signatures. I know someone in the front was saying, no, they're going to spoil it. Why are they signing? Bambi, that's the idea. They're going to spoil it. They have not put estate planning in the picture. So by you signing it, it shows you were here while that was done, and it represents a moment that we had together learning about estate planning. All right? So we'll have our panelists. There you go. Thank you, Joanne. And don't worry, there's enough markers. At the end, we'll have it at the exit. So before you leave, we want to fill it with all the signatures that we can. Just to, hey, Daisy, I like that one. That's like a tick. Okay. Patrick, that's too big. Excuse me. We also need space. Oh, yeah. The signatures that pay. All right. And if you want to reach out to Master Ntaki to do a similar thing at an event, he's right here. He's the one in black. Please wave. Please wave. There you go. So we'll have that at the exit. And okay, thank you so much. All right, so we're going to cut the cake. Do we have a knife? I'd like to invite all the organizers who are behind today's event. And of course, I'll invite Damali and Allen. Let's give them a round of applause as they come forward. Mr. DJ, keep that music going. Thank you. As they come forward, we're going to cut this cake, and it will be the last thing we do. But like I promised, there's always one more thing. I'd like us to end the way we started. Can we do that? Right hand in the air. Right hand. Up high, come on. Oh, just wave. Show me some energy. Hold it out in front of you. When we started today's session, we started with a glass box in your hand. And that glass box represented everything we've spoken about today. The question now, with all the information that you've been given and the inspiration that you've been given, is what do you want to do with this glass box? Do you want to be the kind of person who leaves a legacy but leaves no key in place? Or do you want to leave the box and the key? That is our gift to you as Tara advocates. So hold it dearly. God bless you. Okay. Alan, please make your way to the front. Let's cut this cake. Let's eat it. Master Ntaki, you have an exhibition on the 1st of August. Come. Tell us. 10 seconds. Where is it going to be? We want to see a lot more pieces like this.
Awesome. Thank you. Yeah, gladly inviting you to my solo exhibition on the 1st of August at the Normal Gallery, which is next to State House. Please tell a friend to tell a friend. Thank you so much. God bless you.
Let's move down here. Let me help, Carrie, please. Just for visibility, we want to make sure that everyone, visibility and accountability. Yeah? Okay, this should be fine. All right, can you see the cake? All right, so DJ Musti, you're going to up my vibe a bit. Kuwanga cutting cake with jazz music is not vibing at all, you guys. First, I don't know which song you're going to give me, but I know you're the best at what you do. So, do we have a knife? Damali? Yes, let's use what we have. Let's have the... Please, Joanne, if you could join the panelists. Yes, yes, yes. And Florence, where's Florence? Yes, please come on behalf of ICA. I've been told you really know how to cut the cake. So here's the knife. All right, we're going to count it down from how many? 10? 10 or 5? Let's do 5. All right, let's do this. All right, we're here to celebrate a beginning of an amazing conversation. Okay? Making and normalizing this kind of conversation. This is not the end, it's only the beginning. And next year we are committing to another symposium. Are you excited about that? Make some noise if you are. I think you can make some more noise. All right, now 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Thank you so much. Make sure before you leave, remember to sign just do the sign up if you'd like a conversation with Tara Advocates. Sign on that picture, but also make sure you leave with a piece of cake. Thank you so much. Let's continue networking. I hope you're not in a rush to leave, but we want to say thank you, and thank you. Cake is available. My name is Sam Chimera. I've enjoyed being your host this morning. God bless you. Make sure you get some cake before you leave. Thank you so much.
I call you mama, you go call me papa.